Hallo, hier bin ich wieder. Ja, ich rede. Hört ihr mich? Hört ihr mich? Ja? Hello, I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Welcome to our live coverage of the 2015 SAP 5O5 World Championships from Port Elizabeth in South Africa. And we start with the good news that there will be racing today. Yesterday's strong winds have abated, the fleet is out, the course is set, and we are ready to race. Race 6 of this World Championship gets underway in a few minutes' time. And isn't that an absolutely gorgeous scene? You can often see dolphins out there playing around in the water. It really is an absolutely fabulous setting for this 60th edition of the World Championships.
Yeah, it's a good day for dolphin spotting, and there are plenty out there, and the odd hammerhead shark as well.
But the good news is that the wind is just about right, I think, for some interesting races today.
Well, let's see. I hope so. It looks a little bit light to me at the moment, but the 505 doesn't take an awful lot of wind to get it going. It's quite a high performance boat, so hopefully it will be enough. And in terms of keeping it interesting, it's going to keep life interesting for Mike Holt and Carl Smith. They're good in any conditions. They're extremely good in the strong winds, but it doesn't look like they're going to get that today. So they're going to have to fight hard to hold on to the lead of the 505 World Championships.
Okay, well, there's been no racing since Monday. Tuesday was a later. Yesterday was cancelled because of the strong wind. So let's remind ourselves of where we are now in this World Championship. Day 4 of the 2015 SAP 5O5 World Championships proved to be a crucial one. Strong winds blew across the Bay of Algoa, reaching gusts of 40 knots, and any hopes of racing were eventually abandoned at Port Elizabeth in South Africa.
I think you can never second guess a race officer. The pressure on their heads is huge. They're responsible for all of our safety, and I think that's a really unfair thing to complain if they say we can or can't go. You just have to, smile and go, it's their decision. So, I think staying here is probably the right call if that's their call.
The abandonment activated a rule allowing each crew 2 discards instead of the standard 1. It gave defending champion Mike Holt an even stronger position at the top of the leaderboard. Chasing him, though, is the 2008 champion Ian Pennell, who still believes he can catch Holt.
I'd like to think so. I've beaten Mike, I think, more times he's beaten me to date. So, yeah, I'm not giving up yet.
With Holt so dominant in strong breeze, the rest of the fleet will be hoping the winds subside with just 3 races of the regatta left. Of those 3 remaining regattas will get underway in about 10 minutes time here on Algoa Bay off Port Elizabeth. And Andy, looking at that leaderboard at the end of that report, Mike Holt very much in control, but those points do still make it pretty wide open behind him.
Yes, they do, and the added complication is, are they going to end up with 1 race that they can discard, or will they get enough races in the series to be able to discard 2 races? Mike Holt is very nervous about that whole situation. He's actually lost 2 World Championships in the past because of the 2 discard situation. Not that he was complaining, he was just saying it is what it is. I knew what I was going into.
So just to clarify, we started the championship as a 9-race championship. We've lost a race, so it dropped to 8. And when it's 8 races or less, they get 2 discards. Are you saying that they might get extra racing in?
Well, if they have their full 8 races, which is the most that we can expect now, they'll get 2 discardable races. If we miss a race and we only get up to 7, they will only discard their single worst score. So there are many parameters there, and so Mike Holt is feeling far from secure. He was looking a little bit nervous this morning. I said that to him, and he said, yeah, but nerves are good, right? It shows you're taking it seriously. So when you've had a 2-day gap like this, it almost feels like a reboot of the World Championship.
Okay, let's bring in Marcus Bauer over in our Geek Corner with the SAP Data Analytics. How are conditions looking for today's race?
Well, the conditions have changed completely, you could say. The wind has swung around almost 180 degrees, and we're now looking at a westerly, southwesterly offshore breeze, a much lighter breeze. It's supposed to build over the day, but it's very different from what we saw in the first few days, and it's looking like it's going to be like that tomorrow on the final day as well, making this whole regatta a very complete challenge for all the sailors involved.
Okay, Marcus. 2 races scheduled today. The first underway in just a few minutes' time. Let's now hear from the defending world champion and current leader of the fleet.
Keep sailing fast, keep sailing smart, try and stay in front of particularly Ian and Quirky and Sandy, and just keep the numbers low, really, I think is our best game plan at the moment. So we've got some good scores already. We're really not carrying any scores that we couldn't count to win, so just keep chipping away with low scores, really.
You've been very fast in the stronger winds. What makes you so fast?
I think we're lucky enough to get to practice a lot in California. We get a lot of breeze there, so it's kind of what we do the most of. So we work on our strength and fitness a lot because that's what we like doing. So I think we like it, we get to practice in it, it's just what we do.
So if you had an Achilles heel, what would it be right now?
Staying out of the bar at night, probably, especially if we don't sail today because of the breeze. No, I think we're quite happy with all-round performance, but I guess our worst case scenario, really because it randomises it, will be a very light and shifty day, would probably be the worst case scenario.
So looking down the leaderboard, there are a few boats that are quite close to you on points, especially Ian Pennell in second, but who do you fear the most? Who do you think is most likely to catch you?
Well, if you look at the leaderboard, that's fairly straightforward. It's definitely Ian. He's also got the experience. He's won the worlds. He's won many worlds in different classes. He's a phenomenal sailor. I've sailed with him a bunch. We've sailed against him a bunch, and yeah, he's as good as they get.
So will you be sailing with an eye on him, or do you just keep looking forward and sail your tactics?
I think you certainly have to keep an eye on him. You don't want to give him any leverage. If you're ahead, you've got to stay ahead. If you're close behind, you want to try and get past him. So, you just got to keep an eye on him, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Okay, Mike, thank you. So that was Mike Holt, the defending world champion, speaking to me yesterday, and those are live pictures off the water as the fleet bob around, jostle for position and prepare to get race 6 of this World Championship underway. And Mike taking it, as you'd expect, very seriously indeed.
Yep, he's on a 2 beer a night rule. He and Carl Smith restrict themselves to 2 beers, which is pretty tough going because there's lots of free beer flowing here.
2 minimum.
No, 2 maximum.
Oh,
2
okay.
maximum. No, very, very different level of discipline to what you displayed in your Olympic days, Marcus. So just those conditions that we saw out there, it actually looks pretty nice, I have to say. I was worried maybe it was a little bit light, but that looks perfectly doable for 505 racing.
Yeah, the wind is building now through the afternoon, which is what the forecasts generally say about Port Elizabeth and the waters off Algoa Bay. Right. In a few minutes' time, we're going to see the start line opening up with the Pathfinder. And the Pathfinder were the 5th place boat in the last race. They are Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh of Australia, who are currently 4th on the leaderboard. I caught up with them this morning, and I was wondering, really, what effect them becoming a Pathfinder, them being the Pathfinder today, would have, and also what their target is, really, for the rest of this championship. Paul, sitting in 4th,
Yep.
Does that match your expectations?
Oh, probably a little bit under where we wanted to be, but at the moment it's probably where we deserve to be. Yeah.
And what's the target now? Because really, there's a real old race for 3rd place between you and your fellow Aussies, Quirk and Payne.
Yeah, so look, definitely the game's on for us to knock them off and try and get it as far up as we can. I mean, I don't know, I think it's 6 or 7 points off the lead. It's a fair ask, but in this small fleet, but we'll give it a shot and see how we go. We're gate boat today, so we'll be out to the right, so hopefully it pays.
And what would it mean to you to beat your fellow Australians?
Oh, look, you've always got it, especially with a cheeky Luke Payne sailing on the other boat. It's always good to beat those guys. So, yeah, we're pretty keen to knock them off and come home in front of them for sure.
And tell me, how are you going to sail it, being the Pathfinder? How does that change things for you?
Well, I suppose we get a good clear air start, and we'll just see what it comes out to when they release us, see what the angles are, and if it's looking like we can keep going right, we'll go. But otherwise, if we have to tack, we're going to be behind the fleet a little bit. So, yeah, we'll see. There's not a lot of wind around today, so it could be a little bit tricky, and hopefully it pays for us out to the right.
Okay, best of luck.
Thank you.
So Paul Marsh there talking us through their campaign so far. Marcus, talk us through the course.
Right, let's go back to the beginning of that animation. We're going to have Upwind start, obviously, go to the first mark, go down to that little offset mark, then go down to the gate, back up, then it's the reach, go to the offset mark, and then reach off to that wing mark, back down to the gate, once more up to the windward mark and on for a downwind finish, well, down to the leeward gate and onto the finish line, which is probably going to lie in a slightly different direction. What's interesting when we look at that image here is that we can actually see that the land on the right-hand side is a little bit shorter. Actually, there's less land here than on this side, so maybe a little bit more wind shadow on that side of the course. Maybe bad news for the Pathfinder. We will see what that will bring.
And is there anything, Andy, that we've learned from the earlier races of this championship that we can transfer to today's race?
Well, partly for the reasons that Marcus has just mentioned. I think we're going to see most of the front runners want to start early. They like to be able to set their own terms, set their own agenda, and the best way to do that with a gate start is to start early, get out of the gate, and then you have the option to tack if you have the space to tack. Whereas if you wait towards the end of the 2-minute period of the gate opening, you're committed to the right-hand side, and you've left yourself somewhat at the mercy of what the wind decides to do on the right-hand side. So I think we'll see some of the top names coming out very early out of this gate. But it's a very different wind direction to what we've had. It could be a little bit shiftier. We've had very steady breezes when it's been blowing on shore, but maybe blowing off the land, we're going to see a shiftier game, and it's going to be a matter of keeping you calm and threading your way up those wind shifts.
So just a minute and 15 seconds until the Pathfinder opens at that start line, and we'll be able to see which boats in the fleet have decided to go for an early start, which for a late start, and which side of the course that they are preferring. But Port Elizabeth looking fabulous in the background on this glorious day here in the Eastern Cape, the industrial centre of the Eastern Cape.
I think someone who is looking forward to today's conditions in particular is the second place boat, Ian Purnell and Johannes Tellen. Ian Purnell, he's won a world championships in light airs in the 505 back in 2008, and he tends to favour the lighter breezes. He's sailed a really good regatta up till now, showing that he's perfectly good in the strong breezes. But this is the best possible opportunity for the British sailor to be able to attack the reigning world champion Mike Holt.
And we should also be able to see there are a few mixed crews in the fleet, and an all-female crew as well, with Nicola Berkner and Angela Stenger of Germany, and be interesting to see how they do today, because obviously because of their weight they prefer the lighter winds. But here we go then. Race 6 is underway, and there is the Pathfinder at the in the middle bottom of the screen, with the motorboat following behind just for protection, as the Australians Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh start this 6th race of the 2015 World Championships.
First boat out is Denmark. That's Jan Saugman and Jakob Carbo, the double world champions. They too love the light winds, and so it's no surprise to see them going out early. They've got a different configuration on their 505, and they will be really seeing what their boat can do today. And a great start by them, and surprising to see such a gap before the second boat decides to cross the start line.
It was almost as if they were caught slightly unawares.
Yeah, I mean, it's given lots of space for the Danish to really sail the boat the way they want to sail it. And you can see that Jakob Carbo is quite stretched on the trapeze, whereas we saw the Pathfinder, we saw Paul Marsh slightly bending his knees, so that the heavier crew of the Australians opening the gate may mean that they're a little bit slower than the Danes, who are already up to full power, and it could be a good day for the Danes. It'll be interesting to see that.
Now obviously the first few minutes of any of these races involves a lot of jostling for position, so you can ignore that leaderboard, I think, just for the first couple of minutes, as the signals come in off the GPS, off the boats, and it slowly sorts itself out, and the numbers are crunched by the computer. In the background, that looks like Port Elizabeth's football stadium, if I'm not mistaken. built or rebuilt and for the World Cup back in 2010, and still looking very magnificent indeed. But it's Denmark in the lead as we are in the very early stages of this 6th race of the World Championships.
And what the tracking already tells us is that we have the contenders for this World Championship starting very late. We have Mike Holt, who's just getting out of the gate now, and Ian Pinnell. They're very close together on the right side of the course. They seem to favor that side. Maybe they're seeing something we can't see from here. Maybe fresher breeze on the right side, despite the extra land cover there. Beautiful image of the boats going upwind here out of the start. Nice overview of the whole fleet.
And that's a really healthy breeze. And I just wonder if during their pre-start testing and just seeing what the wind is doing, maybe the likes of Mike Holt and Ian Pinnell saw a little bit more breeze on the right-hand side. Maybe they like the look of the right, because it's very rare for people like Ian Pinnell and Mike Holt to want to start late. So they must have a really good reason for that.
Second boat in shot there, Michael Quirk and Luke Payne of Australia, challenging for the overall lead on the leaderboard.
I think they'll fancy their chances in this kind of breeze as well.
I spoke to them just as they were setting off onto the water, and they said that they were just going to play it not safe but cautiously. They were going to use their minds, and they were going to stay very calm, and they were going to stay rational, and they weren't going to get carried away by getting involved in a tussle with any of the other leaders.
And I'm a little bit concerned for the Danes there that had such a great start. They were first out of the gate. They look like they're in danger of being rolled by the boat that looks like it's going to sail over the top of them very shortly on the left-hand side of the screen. So my optimism for the Danes might be unfounded. It may be that the Danes are not going as quickly in these light airs as they would have hoped.
Live pictures now from our camera boat following alongside the fleet as they make their way up leg 1. Long way to go, probably an hour and a half or more of this race to go, with the Germans of Bohm and Roos, who we haven't seen much of in this championship, leading the fleet. But it's early days yet.
Now, there aren't many Germans here, Marcus, so it's really down to Bohm and Roos to fly the flag for the Germans, who were so dominant 2 years ago in Barbados, where it was a 1-2-3 at the World Championships for German teams. Marcus, for the sailors in Germany watching this now, do you think there'll be some regret that maybe more didn't travel to Port Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, the conditions are beautiful. It's great sailing. You won't get such sailing in Kiel now, that's for sure. There was a comeback of the winter just a few days ago. And yeah, I'm surprised that not more German boats made it here. And next time around, I think we'll see bigger fleets and more boats from Germany again when we're in Weymouth for the next World Championship.
I think we can now say that the leaderboard on the screen is correct. All the data sorted itself out. Conrads and Haynes, the current 5th placed boat overall from America, is now in the lead.
Holt and Pinnell, by the way, are in the middle of the course. If we would look at the top view of our 3D graphics, we see them right in the middle of the course, and Higgins and Marsh are heading out to the right-hand side of the course. So Conrad and Haynes at the moment looks like they have the advantage line on their side. Holt and Pinnell battling it out in the middle. Interested to see if Holt and Smith would put in a tack quite soon to not let Pinnell get away too far. Nice start by Mike Holt, and seems to be good speed at the moment, heading out to that left-hand side. Slight upper hand to Pinnell. And Pinnell and Tellen heading out towards Higgins and Marsh on the right-hand side.
So a difference of opinion on whether the left or the right is best. They seem split amongst the first 5 boats of the fleet.
I still have a lot of confidence in the left-hand side due to that lower land disturbance and lower land cover, but I guess we'll see in a few minutes when they come back together.
And it looks to me like the boat topper picture is a little bit higher. I wouldn't say faster, but a little bit higher to the breeze. That's the Americans, Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes, currently leading at the moment. And this is a lightweight team who have sailed extremely well in the strong winds so far. And this should be the kind of breeze where these Californians should be able to come into their own. So many times we've seen them up the front and not able to hang on to the lead. This could be a different day for them. This could be the kind of conditions where these young Americans could hold on to the lead and win a race.
And the reason they're here is because they store their boat in the UK, so it didn't get caught up in that container dispute, industrial dispute on the east coast of America that held up some of the American crews, in fact prevented some of their top names being here. But, you know, they were telling me that because of family commitments and geography and work commitments at Conrads and Haynes, they've only sailed about 4 or 5 times together in the last 2 years. So an extraordinary performance, even just to be 5th in the leaderboard at the moment, let alone at the front of this fleet right now.
And first boat that we can see that tacked was the first boat out of the gate. It's the Danes, and you can see how much they've lost to some of the other boats crossing them on starboard. So that's a painful feeling for the Danes. They must have shot out of that gate with such optimism, but for some reason or another they just do not have their new boat up to speed quite yet.
Really good speed on Conrads and Haynes. So far they've got the best average speed, going 6.2 knots, 6.14 actually to be precise on average. Followed by Böhm Rose, almost 6 knots. And the right hand side, Holt and Smith, only 5.37 knots, so quite a bit less. So it does seem like the left hand side gets a little bit fresher breeze.
And the leaders have tacked.
Pinnell and Tellen heading far out to the right hand side.
So the Americans safely across the other boat that was still on starboard tack, and will they be able to cross the other starboard tackers? If they can, and they can get back to the middle of the course on port tack without ducking anybody, that's going to put the Americans in an increasingly strong position.
A beautiful view coming from our aerial camera above the race course, with the fleet stretching out into the distance and the magnificent backdrop of Port Elizabeth. Heading into autumn, but you wouldn't know it. It's a really warm day today.
10 knots of wind, maybe a little bit less currently.
And that's the Germans, Böhm Roos, currently in 3rd place, who have just tacked onto port. They're the most left-hand boat in the fleet right now, and looks like they're on a pretty good heading going back across on port. So things could be looking good for Böhm Roos on the far left, prepared to gamble a little bit more than the Americans who tacked earlier. And there's not a lot of ley line left on the left-hand side for Böhm Roos, but that's a pretty solid position they're in right now.
The Germans will be busy on board that boat, focused on the race, but if they look up, they'll see 2 of the main landmarks of the city, the big, tall South African flag flying from the hill, and the Campanile Tower, which if you've ever visited the city, you're bound to have also visited. South African boat 8675, Ewan Herter and Murray May challenging the Germans, putting a little bit of pressure on them.
We see an overtaking maneuver happening right now. Böhm Roos, who headed out to the left hand side, are now taking the lead over Conrads and Haynes. There seems to be a slight left shift. Can't see that in our wind measurements so far. The wind is oscillating around 220 degrees, but not too much. It doesn't look like it is a very confused offshore breeze. It's fairly steady. I'm quite surprised actually that we're getting these gradient winds blowing in here. I would have expected a sea breeze coming in today, but not at the moment. It's a solid gradient wind that doesn't get too confused. Conrad and Haynes back in the lead. They're shifting leads back and forth. Böhm Roos second again, but they're surely looking good on the left hand side. And Pinnell and Tellen, who winged out way to the left, to the right hand side of the course, not looking too good right now.
And seeing the top of the leaderboard and seeing the lack of Mike Holt and Ian Pinnell there in that leaderboard, one wonders what it was that they did see on the right, because if in doubt, start early is generally the best rule of thumb for a gate start. So why did they start late? Because at the moment it doesn't seem to be working out for them.
No, they're currently in 16th position, which is definitely their discard. So their hopes for lighter winds and their chances that could potentially bring don't materialize yet, I guess. Holt and Smith don't look that good either. Currently, well, on the leaderboard they're still in 5th position, but there's a lot of boats on the left-hand side that could still overtake them.
Well, it looks like beautiful conditions there. A lot of the teams now at full stretch. It looks like the boats on the left have a slightly better heading than the boats further into the middle of the course. That maybe the further left you go, the better the lift is. Good to see some South African teams there up in the top 5.
A fleet of 19 South African boats, led by the Funke brothers at the moment. They're the best placed boats in 7th place. They're also instrumental in bringing this championship to Port Elizabeth. And I'm sure we'll be seeing them move up the fleet as well as things begin to spread out, because we've seen in previous races that they've been missing for a while, but they always seem to be in the top 10 there or thereabouts. But at the moment it's larger, with Hutton Squire 5th and leading the South African charge. Remember, you've got access to all the data and analysis coming off the water by going to the website sapsailing.com, and in there you can spend hours looking at the data from past racing and also watch the live data coming in for this race.
Böhm and Rose heading out further to the left side, taking the lead again. I do like that left side, I must say. Whenever someone goes out there, he makes a gain. Even Saugmann is back in the game, currently in 6th position. So Böhm and Rose now currently in our little mini-map bottom right. The boat number 1 heading out to the left-hand ley line. They're really drawn out onto that side. They've tacked.
Now with Holt and Smith in 4th place, there's only about 40 metres between them and the leaders. It'll be interesting to see what happens when they round the mark and start heading downwind, because that is their forte. Keep an eye on that as they approach the end of leg 1.
Holt and Smith have already crossed the ley line on the right hand side, and they don't look bad at all. Maybe we're getting our bearings on the advantage line, and they're looking quite good closing in to this first windward mark.
Well, one wonders why they got onto that ley line so early. Maybe there's some breeze up there that you just don't get if you're further into the middle of the course, but it's unusual for Holt and Smith to claim the ley line quite as early as this. But a nice straight track for them at the moment. Looking at these tracks, it doesn't look super shifty.
We had a bit of a delay in the start of the race by about 15 minutes or so. Do we know why that was? Was it wind problems?
Oh, they were still setting up the course. The gradient breeze hadn't settled in properly yet, so they just waited for everything to be a bit more solid. I think that was a good decision, and now we have very good sailing conditions out there on this World Championship racetrack.
I'm going to put you on the spot now, Marcus. For those watching who aren't necessarily sailors, explain gradient wind.
All right, the gradient wind.
In about 5 seconds.
Well, whenever you watch a weather forecast, you see the high pressure and the low pressure systems, and the gradient wind is the wind blowing from these big weather systems from the high pressure to the low pressure, and it's a different kind of wind is the thermal wind, which is a local wind that is created by the sun locally. Air is rising and then the wind is blowing onto the shore. Very different kind of wind. That's not the wind we have today.
But here we are. Who's going to reach the upwind mark for the first time?
Looks like it's the Australians possibly.
It is Holt and Smith actually coming from the middle and right hand side. So the left hand side in the end wasn't the winning side.
So there we are.
Amazing.
The defending champion takes the lead and seemingly has come out of nowhere. We thought he'd picked the wrong side, but he obviously spotted something that we didn't, and it's paid off for him. Quirk and Payne into second, and the 2008 champion Ian Purnell also round now, with the Americans Conrads and Haynes now sitting about 75 metres behind the leaders, and I think we're going to see the separation between first and second grow as Mike Holt proves yet again how fast he is downwind.
Beautiful shot of the whole fleet now sailing downwind, actually crisscrossing, reaching down.
Lovely breeze there. Mike Holt sitting in slightly just so that Carl Smith can stay on the trapeze. Look how hard Mike Holt is working that mainsail as well. He's really moving that mainsail around, working the boat very hard. And he was fortunate that Michael Quirk and Luke Payne had a bit of a messy spinnaker hoist, and that's just given Holt and Smith a bit of breathing space. If they wanted to jibe, they could, and so they're really in control of this race at the moment, where it looks like Ian Purnell, or maybe it's Conrads and Haynes in third place, breathing down the necks of Quirk and Payne in second place. Yeah, it looks like it is Conrads and Haynes in third place, so slightly lighter crew chasing on the heels of second place Quirk and Payne.
Ian Purnell is the boat just going out of shot on the left-hand side of the screen, and so there we are. What a great picture. We've got the top four,
and everyone's jibing. Suddenly, everyone's jibing. Purnell was the first to jibe. Mike Holt, Carl Smith, maybe they were looking behind at who else was jibing and decided they wanted to stick their nose out, get their red spinnaker out to the right-hand side of the course before anyone claimed that side of the course. So
clean jibes for the first five there?
Yes, it all looks good, but the boat nearest to us, I think they are in danger of being rolled by some of the other boats. So the boat closest to bottom of the screen in the middle of picture, I don't think that was a terribly smart place for them to jibe. I just wonder if there's more breeze up on that right-hand side, and if that's why they're jibing there. They didn't want to jibe too early because you've got the blanketing effect of the boat still coming around from the middle to the back of the fleet. But it looks to me like maybe it's that greater pressure on the right-hand side that is convincing the boats they need to get over to the right-hand side of this run.
So USA 1 and 3 at the moment, split by the Australians Quirk and Payne. 34 metres between those boats. And not a gap that's growing as fast as we saw in previous races, probably because the winds are lighter.
Yeah, I don't think Holt and Smith have quite the same advantage downwind, but it certainly looks like they've still got the measure of everybody else. I mean, they're not slow. It's just that I think the others know how to sail the boat just as fast as Holt and Smith in these kind of conditions.
I ran a little analysis on the last upwind, by the way, and looking at what the SAP strategy simulator says about which side was better, and it actually says the right-hand side had a slight advantage. So not so surprised that Holt and Smith could come over that side. Speed-wise, they weren't a lot quicker on that upwind, but let me look at the data of this first downwind, and I'll have that in a second. The average speed, the best average speed so far on the downwind is with Holt and Smith. They do almost 11 knots, 10.95. Conrads and Haynes slightly slower. Quirk and Payne already quite substantially slower, half a knot slower. So they do have a slight speed advantage right there.
Halfway down leg 3, and there really is a huge gap now across the top 10 of this fleet.
And one surprise is to see Higgins and Marsh, who were the Pathfinders. They had to go out to the right-hand side. We thought for a while that the right wasn't going to work, but we now know that Mike Holt mostly went to the right-hand side, maybe middle to right. But you would have thought that Higgins and Marsh would have profited more out of being the Pathfinder. Good sailing by South Africa, Largia and Hutton Squire in 5th place. And just a couple of metres back from 2008 world champion Ian Purnell sailing with Johannes Tellen.
Looking out across the course now, these aren't the leaders. And I know no one wants to be at the back of the fleet, but even for those who are there, it's a fabulous day to be out sailing. They'll be loving this.
Yeah, this is a glorious day for sailing. 505's being driven along really nicely. It's flat water today, which is quite a big difference from the onshore breezes where we saw some mountainous waves. And so I think maybe some of the sailors are missing the waves. It's one of the unique characteristics of sailing here off the coast of South Africa that European sailors don't get to experience, for example. So sailing on the Indian Ocean, but what a glorious sight that is. And there's a lot of dolphins out there. There's a few hammerhead sharks out there. They don't give you trouble, but they do give you an amazing spectacle while you're out there racing. And that is another benefit of sailing here in Port Elizabeth.
And so many of the local sailors dedicating their time to preserving this natural environment. They have all sorts of problems with poachers, and abalone poachers especially, who dive down and take the shellfish that they shouldn't be taking, and there's a voluntary force out there that try and catch them and help the police to patrol these waters. But right now,
Conrads and Haynes trying to catch Holt and Smith. That's what's going on right here. But Holt and Smith are doing a great job holding off Conrads and Haynes. They do get on par now regarding their average speed on this downwind though, and a little less distance on Conrads and Haynes. Even if I add up the missing bit, Conrads and Haynes, they do have good downwind VMG. That's the combined speed, considering speed over ground and depth towards the next gate. So they're pretty much on par, and they're pulling away a little bit from the rest of the fleet.
So now the big tactical choice is where do you set yourself up for? You've got a choice of two leeward marks. Do you go out to the right or the left of the next beat? And my guess would be that having done well on the right, Mike Holt and Carl Smith will want to claim the right-hand side. So my prediction is that they'll want to jibe round the right-hand mark and sail out to the right-hand side again. And then the choice for Conrads and Haynes is, do they choose to sail to the far mark and break out to the left, or do they try and follow Holt and Smith out and try and attack them on the next upwind leg by going the same way?
and
Looking at the gate in our little mini map, bottom right, we can actually see that right-hand gate mark is climbed up a little bit further on that wind ladder. Those stripes going from left to right. So it's the favorite mark geometrically as well, and that's the mark that Mike Holt is currently taking.
it looks like they've gone around and have chosen the right side. And what about Quirk and Payne? What do they have to do to stay in touch with the leaders?
They've got to sail a bit faster than they have been down this run. That's not been a great run for the Australians there, and they were pretty much on a par with Conrads and Haynes, and now it's quite a gap between those two boats. So a choice for Quirk and Payne. I would say that with the other traffic coming in, maybe Quirk and Payne will be the first boat to sail around the left-hand mark and see what they can find out on the left-hand side of the course. But partly that's being forced upon them by the likes of Penell and Tellen and the other boat in the middle there. Maybe it's the South Africans coming down in the middle of the course. So there you see the Australians go round the left-hand mark. So a split is developing there.
Larger and Hutton Squire go round slightly behind Penell and Tellen, and in come the rest of the fleet.
So Quirk and Payne sailing back through a little bit of traffic to get out to the left-hand side, and Penell and Tellen choosing to go around the right-hand side. So at the moment the Australians ploughing a lonely furrow out there on the left, still around third or fourth, but very much splitting away from the rest of the pack, and partly because they were forced to do so just now.
The Robinson brothers of South Africa, Ricky and Brennan, in 10th place, second South African boat in the fleet. And there are a few Robinsons taking part. I think there are 4 in total in the fleet this year, with various brothers and sisters. But Ricky and Brennan leading the family pack in 10th place.
Wind is still oscillating around 220 degrees. Surprisingly steady, I must say. For an offshore breeze, very, very steady. And let's look at how that right-hand side is panning out. So far, it looks like it's the fashion. Everyone wants to go there. Quirk and Payne have tacked. Also heading out to the right-hand side.
Back to live pictures and our aerial shot of the race.
Tactically, life being made fairly easy at the moment for Holt and Smith with the 2nd and 3rd place boats. In fact, and the 4th place, Sagman and Carbo, all following up the right-hand side. It seems like it's not gone too well for Quirk and Payne out on the left-hand side so far.
And we'll be able to identify those boats as they get closer to us. Meantime, remember, you will be watching on the internet. So remember, you can get in touch by using Twitter and the hashtag 505worlds.
And you can watch all the data going to sapsailing.com.
There we go, hashtag SAP 505worlds. Or you can contact us direct. If you've got any questions for Marcus, who can analyse the data for you, you can get in touch using that hashtag we mentioned, or you can tweet us directly. I'm at Alec Wilkinson, and Andy is?
Sail Juice is my Twitter handle.
So here we go.
That's Bowman Roos just ducking on port. Ducking a boat which is Terry Scutcher and Christian Diebich from Great Britain. They're having a really good race. They had a very good run to get up to about 6th or 7th place. And Scutcher and Diebich, they've sailed together for a long time, but they did have a break from each other for about 3 years. They had a minor falling out. They managed to patch things up between them, and they're back racing together again.
And in some style, because they haven't finished outside the top 10 except for once, which will be their discard if things continue as they are. So currently sitting 8th overall, Terry Scutcher and Christian Diebich with the GBR sail.
And right of picture is the Australian boat. That's Quirk and Payne, and they're not having a great race here, because we can see in the picture here that the likes of Scutcher and Diebich and Bowman Roos from Germany have got ahead of Michael Quirk and Luke Payne. So their race is falling apart a little bit for the boat that came into this day 3rd placed overall. And that's good news for Mike Holt and Ian Pennell. That puts a little bit more of a gap between the top two and the chasing Australians, because the pathfinders of this race, Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh, came into the day in 4th place, but they haven't been able to make much use of their clear wind start as the pathfinder going out to the right hand side. So the way things are going at the moment, this is turning increasingly into a 2-horse race for the World Championship between Holt from America and Pennell from Great Britain.
But the good news for the neutral is that the gap between 1st and 2nd is not opening up significantly. We saw in earlier races that Holt, once ahead, tended to run away with things, but the fleet are staying in touch, and that is vitally important, although there is now an even bigger gap opening up between 2nd and 3rd. So right now it's a 2-boat race, but I think it's early days yet. Leg 4 of 11. So plenty of racing and plenty of possible condition changes yet to come.
And as unbelievable as it seems, there is a possibility that Holt and Smith can secure the World Championship right in this race, right? If I do the math correctly, there is 2 more races to come. If they can discard both those races, they would count their 5th place they currently have, and that would be 12th points overall. That's what Pennell and Tellon currently have, so they better do some catching up if they want to stay in contention for this title.
Well, things are going incredibly well for Holt and Smith, but I'm sure they won't be thinking in such certain terms as that. They will be taking this race as it comes. Of course, they'll be keeping an eye on Pinnell and Tellen, but at the moment Pinnell and Tellen are right in their wake, right behind them. So tactically, Holton Smith in a very solid position, and yes, he'd like to win this race as well. But maybe his prime concern, we're getting to the business end of this World Championship, maybe he can afford to start thinking about what Pinnell and Tellen are doing. That said, Conrads and Haynes making a very strong bid for the podium as well, and they can't be ruled out. It's very hard to know where we're aiming for with this World Championship. Are we going to end up with 2 discards or 1 discard? The parameters are quite difficult to calculate, and certainly when you're out there racing.
But at the moment for Mike Holt, it probably doesn't matter, because with a 5th, he's currently discarding a 5th place. So even if there's 1 discard, he's in a good position. It's too early to call, but he's certainly in a very, very good position to defend this world title.
So we're looking at the leaders using our 3D graphics here that are created by the data that comes to us off the GPSs that are sitting on the boats. Every crew starts the day by going into the race office and collecting their GPS, which at the moment is telling us that Conrads and Haynes are neck and neck with the leaders Holt and Smith.
Well, it looks like Holt and Smith have chosen to tack out to the starboard ley line and maybe don't have any tacking left to do. Tactically, that seems like a strange decision, what they've just done.
Yep.
But it may be that they see more breeze on the right-hand side.
Would be good to get one of those overhead shots to see what the breeze looks like out there on the water.
And those angles there perhaps give away something, because that blue line of Holt and Smith on the right-hand side seems to be at a better angle than Conrads and Haynes, who you would imagine might be tacking fairly soon.
Yep.
So maybe Holt and Smith saw some better breeze on the right-hand side, and even though none of their opposition was going over there yet, decided to sail their own race and decided that they were going to be the first over to the right-hand side. So tactically a little bit dangerous, but maybe for very good reason.
And there'll be relief for Jan Saugman and his crew, Jakob Garbo. These are the conditions that they've always wanted, the conditions that they thrive in. And we've had some similar conditions in the earlier days of racing, but they just didn't quite get their act together and had some disappointing results. So it'll be a relief that Saugman in his prototype 505, brand new, newly designed as well, he's finally got the measure of his boat and he's now sitting in 3rd place.
You know what, it's not that light anymore, so that will be particularly pleasing for the Danes, because they're getting back into a podium place in this race right now, and the breeze is building.
Well, you can see the gusts, by the way. Sorry, excuse me for interrupting, but you can see the gusts moving downwind in this image. Big patches of more wind, those dark patches in the foreground, little gust on the left-hand side, and that's probably what Mike Holt has just caught. Didn't help him much though, because Conrads and Haynes are now closing in on from the left-hand side, looking really good at the moment. Looks like they can pass, which means we've got a position change here, and that's good news for Ian Pinnell.
And good news that Ian Pinnell has got ahead of the Danes as well, because the Danes getting between him and Holt is something that the Briton doesn't need to happen if he has any hope of being able to take the fight to Holt and Smith.
If anyone wondered how clean the water was here in the harbour, we've got about 8 kids now playing, swimming in the water, playing water polo in the water. And they're most certainly local kids, so if they think it's clean enough, then it's clean enough for the rest of us as well. It's a lovely day in Port Elizabeth.
And first boat round we see there in picture is Conrads and Haynes, so a really good beat sailed by them. Perhaps a little bit of a tactical error by Mike Holt, letting the other Americans off the hook. And
A little bit of spray here on our stabilized camera, bringing us wonderful images of the water.
And I think that's
beautiful set there by Conrads and Haynes. Really got that kite up and running and set very, very quickly. And now it's down the reach, it's along the triangle. Let's watch the hoist on board Mike Holt and Carl Smith's boat. We didn't see all of it, but I don't think it was as fast as the explosive hoist by these boys. And they're not as heavy as Holt and Smith. Will they have the power to be able to get down this reach and keep the fast Americans at bay, their fellow Californians, Holt and Smith, known to be the fastest boat downwind this week?
So we're onto the reach now, and I can report a steady increase of wind from 8 knots in the beginning of the race, 8 to 9 knots at the beginning of the race, to up to 13 knots now. So that breeze is really kicking in. Beautiful conditions now out there. Commanding lead by Conrads and Haynes, who just overtook Holt and Smith right before the windward mark and now are already 65 meters ahead.
And easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, but I do wonder why Holt and Smith tacked away when they did, and they must have seen something that very convincing to do that, because they really had Conrads and Haynes tucked away in a good tactical position, and they allowed a separation to build up, and coming back out of that split, it was Conrads and Haynes that came out ahead, and to me that seems like a tactical error by Holt and Smith.
Over the halfway stage of this race, and this morning looking out at conditions and the light winds, we thought these races were going to be pretty long, but actually we're zipping through this 6th race of the World Championship. Less than an hour, in fact around about 40 minutes so far raced of this.
And just about at the halfway stage of the race. And hopefully we will see the yellow mark come into view fairly soon, the jibe mark that Conrads and Haynes need to go around. And it doesn't look to me like the red spinnaker of Holt and Smith is making many inroads into the leaders. Looks like Conrads and Haynes, the lighter team, have the measure of Holt and Smith in these conditions.
Yeah, and you can, looking at the speeds, they're at least on par. For a while it looked like they had much better speed. Have they borne away now? Going deeper, or no, they're continuing. They're way above that wing mark. Got plenty of room to jibe. That's something you mentioned the other day, Andy, that you think those reaches should be a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's just another run where you don't have any choice about which side of the run to go. I think if you're not challenged on these runs, it's just a straight speed race. There's no tactics involved at all.
So you actually think the sailors would need to be challenged to decide whether to take the spinnaker up or go two sail reaching, or when to take the spinnaker up?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. I think with the 505, the course configuration that the race officer is asked to set is with a 90-degree jibe angle. I think with the fireballs, they have a triangle. It's a 60-degree jibe angle. And then you have to decide how early you're going to get your kite up, because if you hoist it too early, you end up having to drop it again to make the jibe mark. That's if you don't have tactical place-changing opportunities on a leg, there's not much point in having that leg in the race, in my controversial opinion.
Now the speeds that they're making are amongst the fastest we've seen throughout the whole of this regatta.
The average speed on that reach, the average speeds on that reach are very similar for the first two boats, slightly lower for Pinnell and Talon and Saugman and Cabo. So there is a reason why these guys are up there.
And if you have to jibe early, or if you're not jibing at the jibe mark, just coming back to the point we were making, I think it sort of negates the reason for having this leg. So it's something I'd like the 5.0 class to consider. Is this necessarily the right kind of test? But this is more like it, because on the second leg, it looks to me, the way that the mainsails are ragging a little bit, it looks to me like they're struggling to make the leeward mark. So they may not be able to carry the spinnakers all the way to the leeward gate. Maybe they have to drop early. And this could be useful for the red spinnaker on the right-hand side, Holt and Smith. I think this is where we might see them make a gain on the lighter weight crew on the left-hand side of picture, the white spinnaker of Conrads and Haynes.
Our camera boat zooming up to the leaders. We'll be able to see that shot from that opposite angle shortly. And I assure you, it looks closer than it actually is to those two race boats. They're very careful to stay a safe distance, but also a distance that won't affect the way the leaders are sailing.
37-meter lead currently on Conrads and Haynes.
I fear for them. I think this is maybe where Holton Smith will get a chance to pounce and maybe get into the lead.
That's where we saw the overtaking maneuvers happening all the time on that reach.
But this is the first. We haven't had many hard-pressed reaches where, oh look, so they're Conrads and Haynes having to drop the spinnaker. Holton Smith.
Oh, they've made a mess of it too.
Wow. It's a hard manoeuvre. It's a hard manoeuvre, and Holton Smith are heavier. They're able to roll over the top. They'll be giving bad air to Conrads and Haynes, but it's unlikely that Holton Smith will be able to carry the spinnaker all the way to the leeward mark as well. So you could see another place change depending on how good the spinnaker drop is on board Holton Smith's boat.
Yeah, I hope we can stay with these two boats and look at the drop. Here we see the drop. They're still higher up than Conrads and Haynes.
Will it be good enough to stay ahead? It looks like it just about is.
It looked quick, it looked slick. The red chute disappearing into the front of the boat. And we really got a sense of the action and the speed that these boats are making on the water. And now what a difference in distance between second and third place. This race really between the top two now. And Ian Pennell and Jan Saugman fighting over the podium position in third and fourth. And for Pennell, it is vitally important that he does finish in third if he's to stay in touch with Holt in the leaderboard overall.
We saw overtaking again by Holt and Smith in a similar situation that we saw before, but this time around it was rather for the steep reach that we've just been talking about so much. And here it was. You can see how lonely these guys are, way ahead of the rest of the fleet.
I'm sure they don't mind being lonely. That's a good kind of lonely, isn't it?
I can't believe that Pennell and Talon have fallen back that much. 400 meters plus.
Is there anything in the data that might explain why?
Let me go back a little bit
to have a look at that.
Let me look back a little bit and see
really
where
get
they
a
dropped
fabulous eye view, or even a bird's eye view of the course and the 400 odd meters between second and third.
That is a phenomenal split there, and really good sailing by Conrads and Haynes, even if they haven't managed to hold on to Holton Smith.
Back with the leaders now.
And you can see Holton Smith really firing along on left of picture, and
choosing opposite ends to turn.
Yeah, that should keep things interesting.
So does this mean that Conrads and Haynes have thought, well, we've got nothing to lose, let's make our own way up the race course?
I think that's exactly right. We can't take them on their own terms. The wind has got stronger. We're coming into Holton Smith top territory of strong winds. Can't be beaten upwind in a straight line by almost anybody else out here. So might as well try something different. But now you see both boats already tacking into the middle of the course. So bit of a slack tack by Holt and Smith there. A bit late getting the jib on, but up and running now. And who will we see coming back into the lead in the middle? It's got to be Holt and Smith again, you'd think.
Yes, I don't think this is going to be a close cross. But just to reinforce that distance between second and third, Ian Pennell only now just coming round the mark, and Saugman heading for the opposite side of the course in fourth place. So Saugman just going round that left mark and across in the middle of the course. Difficult to see the distance between those boats from this angle, but I suspect it's not as close as it seemed from where we're looking.
Nice fully stretched conditions, starting to ease the mainsail. You can't hold on to all the power available to you on the 505. They'll be dropping their rigs back, raking the masts back so that the tip is sitting more back over the back of the boat. That creates more separation between the mainsail and the jib, and it brings the sail pan lower to the water, and it's a great way of depowering the boat when you've got more sail area or more power than you actually want for the conditions.
Mike Holt has headed out to the right-hand side of the course, defending his leading position. So they're tacking up the middle right of the course right now.
There we go, the mini map in the bottom right hand corner of the screen, just there to help us get our bearings on the race course.
Holt still defending his lead against Conrads and Haynes, tacking up the right-hand side of the course. The wind is still increasing. Might get a fairly strong second race. Up to 14, 15 knots now.
And that'll play into the hands of the leaders. The stronger the wind, the stronger they are, it seems. USA 9072. Sail number of Mike Holt and Carl Smith.
Carl Smith's a fit guy, tall, very strong, ex-US Navy SEAL. So not much could scare him sailing a 505 no matter what the wind conditions. Then he spent a spell working for Apple in the marketing department of the world's biggest company, and then recently he's moved to Under Armour, which sells compression clothing for athletes, and apparently is one of the biggest clothing companies in the world right now.
Holt and Smith and Conrads and Haynes still working on the right-hand side of the course. Not a major lead. They're really battling it out on the right-hand side. I need to get a look at the average speeds they're doing on this upwind so far to see if Conrads and Haynes have a chance to overtake Mike Holt just based on speed. And yes, they do have better speed, but we can already see in this graphic that Conrads and Haynes are going way lower than Holt and Smith. So they pay a price for their speed.
Yeah, I asked them about that today because it's very unusual for a light crew to be low and fast. Normally they're high and slow, a light crew, and I asked them why they did that. And they said it's the only way they can compete in stronger winds. That they managed to get the boat going quickly, but they just can't hold the height of some of the heavier teams. But yeah, it's very unusual. And I told them a little bit about the stats that we get from SAP Sailing Analytics, and they were very pleased to hear that in past days they've been the fastest boat through the water, almost a knot faster than some of the other leading boats. But then I told them how much further distance they sail. They tend to sail about 1 kilometre more distance in these races, about 19 kilometres compared with other people's 18 kilometres, and that's a phenomenal distance in a fairly short time, really.
Yeah, that's where sailing really differs from running a marathon. You wouldn't really want to run extra distance and run a little faster, would you?
Not at all, not at all. And
but in sailing it works.
Well, it can do. And then equally in other events where we use SAP Sailing Analytics, like the Extreme Sailing Series, we've seen Morgan Larson, a former 505 world champion, steering a Lingy to victory in places like Singapore, and he was the slowest boat on average whilst winning that event. But the reason why he still won, he sailed the shortest distance. And these kind of analytics are revealing not only to us but to the sailors, because they help inform themselves about how their style compares with other people on the race course.
But hey, you don't have to believe what we're telling you. You can go to the website sapsailing.com. You'd think it'd roll off my tongue by now, wouldn't you? sapsailing.com, and have a look at the analytics and the data yourself. It's there's some remarkable stuff on there.
And Holt and Smith have just tacked onto starboard. They've got a loose cover on Conrads and Haynes, meaning they're not giving them any bad air, but they're sort of herding them out to the left. And square away directly in Holt and Smith's bad air is Pennell and Tellen. Not that Pennell and Tellen are actually close enough to be getting any bad gas off the American boat, but tactically Holt and Smith are in a very, very secure position right now. And they're not significantly faster than Conrads and Haynes, but just watch those meters grow as they both go in the same direction, more or less in the same stretch of water, probably getting very similar breeze. You can just see that Conrads and Haynes are a little bit lower.
And then when that distance grows, that's really good news for Mike Holt and Carl Smith, because it means they're gaining meters towards the wind and they're gaining meters in parallel separation to Conrads and Haynes because they're going so much lower.
And that's a function of being heavier but also being more practiced, just having had more time sailing in the boat, just knowing more about how to get the best out of the 505.
Pennell and Tellen back in third place. So, to recapitulate, difficult word, which side was better? I mean, the fleet seems to agree that the right-hand side is the place to be. That's where the top of the fleet is now heading all the time. Maybe there is a right-hand shift towards the end of the fleet. Looking at the tails of the boats at the moment, it doesn't look like it. It rather looks like there's a left-hand shift at the moment. We will talk to the sailors later on and ask him why they were heading out to that side.
Richard Hutton Squire, currently on the boat that's leading the South African fleet. His mum Diana, the principal race officer, will be out there with half an eye on her son to see how he gets along.
Now, sometimes a bit of nepotism has has been suggested with the traditional start line, where maybe someone was just over the line and should have been recalled or disqualified, but they've been given the benefit of the doubt. One of the benefits of the gate start in the 505 is that there's no opportunity for nepotism. So whilst her son might be out there on the race course, there's very little influence that the race officer can bring to bear on the performance of her son in the World Championship. So,
not that anyone would have thought that anyway, but good to clarify.
Absolutely, no, I'm being a little bit naughty, but no, I mean this is the best result so far for. Let me get their names the right way round. It's James Larger and Richard Hutton Squire, currently in the top 10, just ahead of another South African boat, Alex and Warwick Ham, son steering the boat, giving the orders to his dad, which is one of the things he enjoys about sailing the 505. It's the opportunity for him to tell his dad how things are done.
And the communication on the boat between Holt and Smith, perfect as always. Handling perfect as always. And still one of the fastest boats out there. And now in control of this race, ahead of their fellow Americans. But for the boats and the crew that are second placed overall, Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen, it is vital that they stick to that podium position, that third place in this sixth race of the World Championships, because if they're to stay in touch on the leaderboard with Holt and Smith, every position counts.
Well, looking at these conditions, I think it's safe to say that we're going to get another race in after this one. So we know we're going to get to 7 races by the end of today, and then we have to wait and see what the final day brings. Will we get the 8th and final race in?
Well, at the moment, Mike Holt has won 3 of the 5 races. He's had a 3rd place in race 4. And his worst position so far has been the 3rd race of the regatta, when he came in 5th.
And his boat's quite identifiable in this picture because you can see the red spinnaker there. They didn't quite get all of that spinnaker away on the previous drop, so that wasn't the perfect drop, but clearly it's not causing enough of a problem for them to actually want to do anything about it. It's just sitting there flapping away gently on the front of the boat.
Changing between 11 and 12. That number keeps changing.
So we're coming up the beat the final beat of the race, then it's going to be on to the final run, and then it will be a quick reach to the finish. So there's less than a lap of this race to do now, and time is running out for Conrads and Haynes to be able to attack for the lead again. And going down the final run, you would think that in these kind of conditions, that would be room for Holt and Smith to make even more hay than they are at the moment.
I mean, it's the only way now, looking at the situation for the Americans to catch Mike Holt, is for Holt and Smith to make some terrible error, which is unlikely, and which we haven't seen them do ever in this regatta.
No, except that I think in this, they haven't made a boat handling error like that. I do think they made a tactical error. I think they could have been leading this race for longer, and being the perfectionists that they are, they will have a debrief afterwards, and they will discuss those kind of things. Even if they win this race by 100 metres, they will want to know how they could have won this race by 200 metres. Even when you win a race, it doesn't mean you sailed the perfect race. And
tell you what is happening though, third place is closing that gap on Conrads and Haynes. We've seen that drop by about 300 metres.
I do think that was an expensive upwind for Conrads and Haynes, and you can see the limits of what they can do with their body weight. Just reaching off just isn't enough, and I think there's still a chance that Pinnell and Talon can catch up with them and close that gap to Holt and Smith overall.
Well, Pinnell and Talon, you would expect, would be slightly faster than Conrads and Haynes as the breeze blows, it blows harder. So if Pinnell and Talon can get another point in this race and get up to second place, well, that's going to be vital to keep them in touch. But at the moment, Holt and Smith go round the windward mark for the final time. They've got one run to the finish, and then across to the reaching mark, across to the finish boat, and this is the territory that they love the best. Just getting that pole partially out even before Carl Smith is off the trapeze. Let's see how good their hoist is.
Here goes the offset mark. Spinnaker goes up. Nice quick set.
Pole still to go fully out, but
there
it's
they
out
are.
now. Smith gets on the trapeze, starts getting the boat up to speed, and more than 100 metres back to second place. So a good gain there up that beat for Holt and Smith. Very comfortable position for them.
Such a big lead.
Second boat only going round now and doing an immediate jibe.
Interesting.
Conrads and Haynes looking for something different, wanting to put the pressure on Holt and Smith. They haven't given up in the belief that they can still win this race. And if they find more breeze down the right-hand side of the course, it's not the right-hand side as we see it from this vision now, but it will start to make Holt and Smith wonder if they should be getting over that way, which is what they're doing now. And how good is the jibe? Can they keep the kite set? Not quite perfectly, but a pretty nice jibe there, and a good defensive position for Holt and Smith to get into as they see Conrads and Haynes attacking on the far side of the course.
And that far side of the course looks like it has some good breeze out there. Might be mistaken from this view, but it does look like Conrads and Haynes are sailing into some stronger breeze right now, and maybe even stronger breeze coming in from the right-hand side there.
But equally, if they had even the slightest suspicion that that side was best, why stick to the leaders? They need to gain positions. They're fifth overall. They're 9 points overall behind Mike Holt and Carl Smith. So why not take the risk? And for the moment, we'll see if that's worked.
We can see the numbers clicking away again. Holt and Smith gaining and gaining. So far, it doesn't look like Conrads and Haynes can make some inroads.
Well, it was worth
on the
a
right
try.
hand side of the course. Of course, yeah, why follow the leader?
Yeah.
If you've got nothing to lose, you want to at least try something to catch up.
Even though they're big, Holt and Smith can put so much power into the rig downwind. They leave their jibing board in the jibed position. I won't go into that too much, it's fairly technical, but they're able to extract an awful lot of power out of this boat. And one of the great innovations that the 505 made about 10 years or so was to go to a bigger spinnaker with a bigger pole, and that's transformed the way they sail these boats downwind, because they used to sail dead downwind, pretty much just sail the shortest distance but sail quite slow. They could still do that if they wanted to now, but they gain so much more speed by doing angles, by actually zigzagging their way down the run, that it pays them to get the crew on the trapeze even down these runs, and that makes the boat a lot more interesting to sail. It's a lot more fun to sail, and tactically it really opens things up as well. So I think that was a great innovation by the 505 class about 10 years ago. But one of the problems with that is that you've also you changed the trapeze height of the trapeze attachment point on the mast, and you've got to remember to let these things off and to pull them on as you go around the course, and if you don't, you're in danger of breaking the mast. And Howie Hamlin was telling me that he's broken 2 masts in his career because of forgetting to pull on his tweakers or let them off as he goes around the course. So you've got to keep those things in mind. You've got an awful lot of string to pull, and when you've got other things on your mind going around the race course, it's quite difficult to remember, and some of them have a job list written down on the side of the boat to remind them what they need to do.
Holt and Smith currently falling back a little bit. Conrads and Haynes slightly gaining.
It looks like they got better breeze on that side of the course, and that is the current series leaders and leaders of this race, looking like they're flying along in perfect 505 conditions, but perhaps even better for Conrads and Haynes, who will be to the right of this picture at the moment as we see it.
Beautiful picture of them buzzing downwind, standing really far back in the trapeze, planing. Wonderful pictures against the skyline of Port Elizabeth.
Control tower of the airport just going behind that red spinnaker.
And there
but in
on
the distance, Conrads and Haynes.
The gap is now less than 100 metres, so that is a good gap for them, but no sooner do I say that than we see Holt and Smith starting to stretch away again. Maybe they're both in that good seam of good pressure on the right hand side now.
Both making very good speed. Neither crew wanting to give anything up. And Conrads and Haynes will still have an eye on victory here. They won't be accepting of second place, not until Holt and Smith really have crossed that finish line.
They do stick out speed-wise compared to the other competitors. Pinnell and Tellen can't keep up with that speed. It's almost more than half a knot down in speed on this downwind so far. Holt and Smith closing in onto the right-hand side ley line, onto that last mark before the finish.
I would guess Pinnell and Tellen the lighter of those 3 crews in the top 3.
I think Conrads and Haynes probably the lightest.
Really?
Tellen's quite a big guy, and Haynes is quite slight for a 505 crew. So no, I would say Pinnell and Tellen are a similar kind of size to Holt and Smith. But the big boys are in 5th place, and they're actually having a very good race. We haven't had much to say about them yet, but it's Malcolm Higgins and Nick Johnston, aka Camel. Not entirely sure why he's called Camel, but he is 6'5.5", and he weighs 110 kilos. And lightest boat in the fleet, and also with a combined age of just 31 years old, is 14-year-old Michaela Robinson and 17-year-old Jonathan Ham. They weigh about 120 kilos combined weight, and Nick Johnston 110 kilos all by himself.
Michaela Robinson stepped in as a reserve, as a substitute, when Patrick McGale injured himself, tore a shoulder muscle in one of the earlier races of the regatta.
And as we're closing in onto that last mark of the course, it's worth looking at the overall leaderboard. And as the scores stand, there is a possibility that Mike Holt could be the world champion in just a few seconds when he crosses the finish line, because if I do the math correctly, then he could count his discard, and that would add him up to 12 points. And currently Ian Pinnell has 12 points as well, and he will add on further points in the races to come. So as unbelievable as it seems, this could be the run to the world title for Holt and Smith. You do the math again to
I'm
double
almost
check.
speechless.
You do the math again to double check, but that's what I'm estimating at the moment.
Right now, I'm not
And
going to
there's-
challenge the statistician.
Well, not long to go.
And
On
here
this
he
very
goes,
short
cross
final
the
leg.
finish line.
USA 9091 in shot.
Would be good to get a close up and maybe even an interview to find
Ted
out what the
Conrads
guys are
and Brian
thinking.
Haynes here. So this is our second place boat crossing the line.
And Ian Pennell rounding
third
the
place
leeward
boat's
gate now.
Still quite
Leeward
some
mark.
distance away.
Well, it would be spectacular, wouldn't it?
And
With
there is
two
our winner.
races to spare. Are they celebrating? Are they
Mike
doing the
Holt-
math?
Mike
They seem
Holt.
fairly relaxed. No, he's celebrating.
He's happy with his
Not
win.
sure
But
if he's
I don't think they're the celebrations of a 2 times world champion quite yet.
It looked like he was celebrating that race, not the overall series yet.
But that doesn't mean he hasn't sealed the series. We'll wait for the official confirmation, one way or the other. But at the moment, Mike Holt can celebrate winning his 4th race of the championship. Conrads and Haynes second as that British boat
Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen.
finally crossed the line, quite some distance behind the second place boat. And now we wait for the Australians Quirk and Payne to also come through. And then from Denmark, Jan Saugman comes in 5th place. And 5th place for Saugman is his second best position so far of the championship. So it was a good race. It was entertaining. It was interesting to see how Holt took the lead and held on to that lead. But Conrads and Haynes, the fellow Americans, putting on a real fight and did pretty well given the conditions, their weight, and the fleet behind and in front of them.
Yeah, they kept on trying to mix it up. They were always trying to do the opposite thing wherever they could to what Holt and Smith were doing. And so they kept it interesting until the very end. And then just when they both got onto the right-hand side of the course at the bottom of the run, in similar conditions, it just seemed that Holt and Smith, once they were in similar breeze, were able to put the hammer down again and stretch away. So it was a relatively easy win in the end for Holt and Smith. But well done to Conrads and Haynes for keeping it tight for so long in that race.
We'll bring you some of the vital statistics.
They go to Pretoria to apply for a new US passport before he can fly home on his rearranged flight.
But Howie Hamlin, one of the stalwarts of the 505 class, and it's really nice to see in the boat park the younger sailors going to him, talking to him, and he's so passionate about his boat and about sailing that he just loves talking to them and passing on his experience and passing on new information to them to try and help improve their sailing.
There's even a series in Southern California called the Hamlin series, named after him. It had nothing to do with him naming it, so it wasn't his ego that named it. It was someone else recognizing the contribution that Howie Hamlin, now aged 62, has made to fast boat sailing in California.
And as the rear-enders of the fleet finally cross the line of this 6th race of the World Championships, let's do the number crunching with Marcus in the analytics corner.
Let's look at the top 4 boats of this race and let's look at their data. Let's look at the speed first, and we can see Conrads and Haynes, the speedsters, the light team that decide to reach off and go fast. They had the best speed in this race again. 8.41 knots on Holt and Smith though, which was the second best speed, and Pennell and Tallon quite slow among these top 4. So let's look at what the distances say, and we can see a good distance figure on Holt and Smith and more than half a kilometer of extra distance on Conrads and Haynes. Quite spectacular how big these differences can actually be, and how different the strategies can be between first and second positioned boats. Penel and Talon are the winners when it comes to distance. We saw them, we talked to them the other days about going dramatically higher than the rest of the fleet. And that won them their third position. Let's lastly look at the maneuvers, but I don't expect anything that stands out there. Penel and Talon didn't do that many moves. They just sail high and cover less distance by doing that. But no clear correlation here between the placings and
Hello and welcome back to our live coverage from Port Elizabeth of the 60th edition of the SAP 5O5 World Championships. Race 7 of this regatta coming up. It's the penultimate race of the week, and we are just minutes away possibly from having a world champion. Well, an hour and a half or so anyway, before Mike Holt could be confirmed as being the 2015 world champion, his second title. And he has been extraordinary. Before we big him up completely, let me just explain to you, if we have a look at the leaderboard as well, and then we'll bring you in on that, Andy. So you can do the maths as we look at that. Basically, Ian Purnell of Britain in second place needs to win both the next races, and for Holt to be outside the top 4 to prevent Holt from winning the title and for the Briton to take it himself. The way Holt has been sailing, that is looking an unlikely scenario, and we suspect that by the end of race 7 we will have Holt crowned as world champion.
Yes, retaining the crown that he won last year in Kiel in much colder, wetter, rainier conditions than we have here in sunny Port Elizabeth. And the wind has picked up since this morning, or since earlier this afternoon. So with the stronger breeze, things should be running even more for Holt and Smith, who love that kind of breeze. But they didn't have that last race all their own way because fellow Americans Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes were going very, very fast. And Carl Smith said just now in an interview that he was concerned about the speed of Conrads and Haynes up the second beat.
Now, you managed to speak to him just a few moments ago. We can turn that interview around now, and we're about 2.5 minutes away from the start. We won't miss that, but we will listen now to Carl Smith, currently in first place with Mike Holt.
Yeah, our thinking was that the right was going to be a little bit favored, and we wanted to protect the right, but we wanted to be with the pack, so we were keeping an eye on Ian Purnell and on Sandy as well as Corky. And really just trying to go fast and watch the shifts. You know, I don't think we were going great on that second beat, and I called a couple of bad shifts, and I think Ted and Brian were going really well. And, you know, we just got on the wrong side of a shift, and I don't think we were quite in gear, and those guys got by. So it was, we weren't panicking, but we were waiting for our opportunities downwind to catch them back. You know, right now I feel like the breeze is going to stay, potentially build a little. It felt like through that race it was progressively building. You know, we love these conditions. This is the stuff we're best in.
Well, they would have been confident when they set out this morning, but they are in really pole position to claim their second title at the end of this race. You spoke to him. How did he seem?
Well, obviously very upbeat. I think they've done their maths fairly well. I think that the maths that they've done out with their Chinograph pencil, their waterproof pencil out on the boat, running all the permutations, I think they have it very similar to what we do. They believe that Ian Purnell does need to win both of the remaining races, and the way that Carl said that they need to finish outside the top 3. We think it's outside the top 4, but it's Ian Purnell and Johannes Tellen are going to have to sail out of their skins if they're going to take this world title away from Mike Holt.
Well, they haven't done badly so far. They've been in the podium places in every race bar one, Ian Purnell, so we'll see how they do with just over a minute to go to the Pathfinder opening up the start line for the rest of the fleet. And I'm working out that it's Jens Saugman who will be the Pathfinder for this race, but we'll get confirmation of that from the analytics as soon as the race begins. 45 seconds to go, and it's a fairly straightforward, if you join us for the first time, it's a fairly straightforward procedure with the 5th place boat in the last race opening up a start line. It's got a rubber dinghy behind it to protect it, and everyone moves in and around behind that Pathfinder to start the race.
And Marcus Bauer, can you just remind us of the course?
Yep, let's do the race course animation. And let's fly in, and we're going to do an upwind first, of course. then offset mark, down to the gate, back up to the windward mark, off to the wing mark, down to the gate again, back up, and then another lap, and back down to the gate, and it's going to be, well, we were told it's an upwind finish. Did they change that back around, so we have a downwind finish? I anticipate an upwind finish to happen.
Could be an upwind finish.
And the start has happened.
But the race has started. The Pathfinder on the right-hand side of the screen is making its way from the start boat, and the boats will file away behind it.
We can see first boats almost capsizing there. The breeze is up.
And we can see that it's the Danes sailing away from us on port tack. That's Jan Saugman, Jakob Carbo, 5th in the last race. And the first boat's about to go behind, and it's one of those boats that nearly capsized that's going to be first to go around.
Live pictures coming off the water, and this aerial shot of the race course, with the boat that you're seeing coming into the middle of the screen with the rib behind it. That is the Pathfinder, that is the Danish boat, and so the start line for the uninitiated is right behind him, and so you can see those 3 boats on the right. They have now crossed the start line, and the others are filing around the back of the Pathfinder to begin their race. So the big debate has always been to start early or to start late. And how's the course and the conditions looking for those who have started early?
Well, the wind speed is up to 15, 16 knots now. It hasn't increased a whole lot more in the last half hour. Solid 16 knots. And direction hasn't changed much either, 240 degrees still. So great conditions like we had at the end of the last race. And the boats are exiting the gate now.
Interesting to see that Mike Holt and Carl Smith are amongst the later boats to start, as they were in the previous race, and it makes you wonder where Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen must be, because I suspect they're not too far away. I would think that Holt and Smith are going to do a bit of a loose match race on Pennell and Tellen.
Very much so. They're all up. They're all up on the upper end of the line there. They started late, and they're very close together, Pennell and Tellen. And Holt and Smith. Actually, doesn't look like a match race yet, but Holt and Smith definitely have the upper hand. Slightly ahead and to windward. Not a very good start on Pennell and Tellen.
And it makes you wonder what went on, because it's not like Pennell and Tellen to miss the start, and it does make me wonder if there was some funny business before the start. I should say that it would still be legal for Holt and Smith to attack Pennell and Tellen.
Around and staying not using up too much energy.
I'm getting some information from the chairman of the jury, who actually has just come back from off the water on shore, and he's saying he suspects that a boat hit the rubber dinghy that is following the Pathfinder. So that might have caused that call off of the start. Maybe there was a crash. They'll reconfigure now, and I think we'll see a new start quite soon. Big question, is it the same Pathfinder? It must be, right? And a restart, it would be the same Pathfinder.
Unless there's a hole in the side of their boat.
Right.
So let's hope that we do see the Danes opening the gate again, and that will confirm that their boat is still okay. If there was a collision, it wouldn't have been the Danes' fault, because you have all the rights in the world, even though you're on port tack. But it reminds me, Marcus, this is one of the great benefits of the gate start, is you don't normally have recalls, and I guess this is why you're such a big fan of the gate start, is that you're almost guaranteed to get the race away first time.
Well, thanks for pulling my leg there. I'm not that big a fan of the gate start, actually, but it is one of the benefits. You're totally right. You don't get all these dramatic recalls. In fact, I think it's impossible to do a preliminary start in a gate start. What happens if you sail in front of the Pathfinder? You're simply disqualified. So
there's no coming back from it.
No, there's just simply no way. And no, but I think the classic start between with a start line is much more interesting. picking the favorite line of the course, picking that in relation to the possibly favorite sign of the racetrack. I think that is very interesting. That makes the first upwind very interesting. And with the gate start, it's a bit of a speed race, that first upwind. So I personally prefer what I would call the classic start.
Yeah, and I agree with you in many respects, but one of the downsides of the classic line start is that you can get a lot of general recalls before you actually get the race away. And
that's true.
Okay.
So let's just show you an incident that happened on the start line, which is the reason that we have a recall. There was drama involving the motorboat, the rubber boat, that, oh, look at that.
Oh, that looks like a broken mast.
Broken mast. And let's have another look. Now, I wonder if this is the South African boat that we've just seen return to port.
Oh, yeah, they completely crashed into the motorboat, didn't they?
They did?
Yeah. But what brought their mast down? I can't quite work out how the mast could
I hope not the impact by itself, because
and then
it must have been a major crash.
So it looks to me like the Danes were okay in that. They weren't actually involved in the crash.
So Saugman's boat should be okay, and it shouldn't affect his performance in the race when it does finally get underway.
I'll get
so
into
drama
this
on the start line, and we'll just try and find out for you which boat it is that crashed, and we can presume that boat will be out of the championship from now on. Marcus?
I'll have a look at it, but
okay.
It'll take me a minute.
We do know we had one boat return just a short while ago. It was a South African boat, but I thought their mast was intact.
Yes, it was. It can't be that boat. So there's another boat that we've yet to identify that was the one that was in the middle of that crash, and I fear to say was probably the cause of that crash as well.
So how does that happen?
Well, you've got a pathfinder, the nominated pathfinder being the Danes in this case, and they're protected by a rubber boat behind them, and with good reason is it a rubber boat, as we just saw. Better that than something really solid, but it's still got an outboard motor on the back of it. That's a pretty solid object. The idea is you pass as close behind that rib, that rubber boat, as you dare, and the closer you get, the better your start is. But if you get too close and you hit the boat, well, normally there's a collision and you're disqualified. But I've never seen that before. I've never actually seen a mast brought down in a gate start. That is very, very extreme, and I'm still struggling to understand what it was that actually brought that mast down. I'm wondering if the shroud, the wire that holds up the side of the mast, maybe clipped the back of the boat, maybe caught on the outboard engine or something like that. And if so, where was the crew? Because the crew should be on the trapeze. They should be the most outboard object on the boat, a lot wider than the actual boat itself. So you just hope that there wasn't any injury involved in that.
We'll get a better idea of what happened, not just, of course, when everyone returns and tells us their eyewitness stories, but also we've got a camera on that speedboat behind the Pathfinder. It's not a live camera, so we can't bring you those pictures now, but later on we'll be able to get those off the boat, we'll be able to analyse them, we'll be able to see exactly what happened, and they will go on to the highlights video later on today.
The only boat that I can make out that stopped on the starting line was Ballantyne and Grunwald, a South African boat. Maybe it was them.
Well,
if it is, for them.
If it is, that'll be tragic, because that is, I think, the oldest boat of the fleet. 45-year-old boat built in the early 70s.
That would definitely be demasted now. Let's hope nobody got injured.
It's got a beautiful wooden deck, and let's hope, for the sake of history and that boat, that it wasn't them.
He said he wants to hold on to that boat for the rest of his life, and he would hope that the boat would outlive him. And anyway, hopefully the hull is okay. We can see that the mast went down, and that's a pretty expensive replacement in itself. But anyway, what we
shall
really
see.
want to find out is make sure that no one was hurt.
Now, second in the last race, and they did have their best race of the regatta so far with the Americans Ted Conrad and Brian Haynes. I caught up with Brian just before racing started this morning, and he spoke about how happy they are with their position.
So far, given the conditions, we're very happy with our position right now. It's been a fairly windy event so far, and we're a pretty small team, so we're pleased to be where we are.
So you'd prefer lighter winds?
We have fun when it's windy, but for how well we do in the lighter air, we prefer a little bit, at least a few lighter air races in the Worlds.
You guys live in California. How similar are conditions here to what you're used to there?
So far, it's been pretty similar to what we see in Santa Cruz. Big waves and nice breeze. It's a little bit warmer than Santa Cruz, which we like, but it's fairly similar to the conditions we see.
So what are your targets now? Do you think you can close that 9-point gap on the leader, or are you looking just to move up into maybe a podium place?
It'd be great to have a podium finish. Again, if we get some light air races, we're hoping to do well in those, and then if it's windy, above 18, we're hoping to hold on and keep up with the big guys.
Okay. Well, best of luck.
All right, thank you.
And they've created a little part of America just down the coast where the American sailors, not all of them, but a lot of them are sharing a house and sharing advice and tips on how to race this course. So a terrific regatta for those two, Conrads and Haynes. So little time spent sailing together because of family commitments and the fact that they live at opposite ends of California now. So they will have been very pleased indeed with their second place finish in race 6. Race 7 though is going to get underway in around about 5.5 minutes time. We had drama when we first tried to get this race away, with one of the competitors crashing into the motorboat that sails along, protecting the Pathfinder.
We just received an image of the water of the boat that crashed there, and it does look like a boat with a wooden deck. So I'm afraid that's Valentine Grenwald. Shame on him. What a pity. Feel really sorry for them. That the
in his
regatta
late
ends
70s,
like that.
competing in his 49th World Championship.
But it does look like nobody got hurt. That's the good news.
I'm pretty sure that this will never have happened to him before in his long sailing career. It'll be interesting to catch up with him later and get the story of exactly what happened and how they managed to crash into the rip. 4.5 minutes to go until Saugman of Denmark opens up that start line again, and we make a second attempt at starting the 7th race of these World Championships. And we're not far away from crowning a world champion as well for the second time in 2 years. Mike Holt sitting proud and dominant at the top of the leaderboard with his crewman Carl Smith. 5 points clear of their nearest challengers, Ian Pennell. And Ian Pennell will have to win the next 2 races and hope that Holt finishes outside the top 4 if Holt is not to be world champion.
It's quite interesting to look at the 3D graphics right now and to see how Holt and Pennell are playing cat and mouse. Mike Holt is definitely trying to stay close to Ian Pennell. You can see him following around a little bit there. Will be interesting to see what that's going to pan out to become at this start.
There are sharks in these waters, and that looks like he looks like a shark, doesn't he? Just shadowing Ian Pennell, letting him know he's there. The fin just floating above the water, putting the pressure on his opponent. And what sort of sailor, what sort of person is Ian Pennell? 2008 world champion. Is he the sort of guy who will be unmoved by those tactics?
Well, he'll be ready for them, for sure, but he won't consider himself to be a match racer, and he won't be comfortable doing that. I shouldn't think Mike Holt is particularly practiced in the art of match racing either. It's not something that crops up that often in fleet racing, increasingly so maybe in Olympic sailing. with the different format that they have now. It sort of encourages that to happen on the final day of racing at the Olympics. But for amateurs, weekend sailors like these guys, it's not something they're really going to practice, but it's still something that Holt is clearly wanting to apply. He wants that world title. Carl Schmidt wants his first world title. He hasn't yet won a 5O Worlds, so they will be doing whatever it takes, and if that means being slightly mean to their closest opposition, then that's what they'll do. And I think that recalled start is a bit of a get out of jail for Penel and Tellen, because it looked to me like they didn't have a particularly great start to the previous attempt to get race 7 away. So they have another opportunity to get a really good start, and remember, it needs to be a really good start, because if they are going to win the World Championship, Ian Penel and Johannes Tellen, the British and German crew, are going to need to win this race.
And it looks like Ian Penel is deciding to start early. He's closing in towards that start boat there. We've got a minute and 38 to go.
And what's interesting is the clouds are moving in. The strong sunshine that we've enjoyed so far all day. It's now 20 to 3 almost in Port Elizabeth here in South Africa. The clouds are moving in, things are getting darker, and how are the conditions actually changing as far as wind is concerned and as far as the sea state is concerned? Because I think sometimes it's difficult to see from these aerial shots.
The wind's steady around 15 to 16 knots. It's not dropping so far. It looks a little less now with this sort of light. We can't see the white caps as much anymore, but I don't think it has dropped a whole lot. Our wind devices out there still read around 15 to 16 knots. Direction hasn't changed that much. It's between 240 and 250. Fairly steady still. So I think similar conditions as at the end of the last race.
40 seconds to go to what may well be the deciding race of these World Championships. Now, one of those ribs is the boat that will protect the Pathfinder. And is he starting a little bit early here?
Holt and Schmidt and Penel and Tellen still very close together.
It certainly looks like that start line is beginning to open up now behind the Danish boat of Saugman and Carbo.
They accelerate there and they get the start open, and the gate boat just behind them, they must be a little bit shaken after the collision just now.
I'm so surprised it's that empty right there, because I would have thought some boats really want to get out. Maybe they wait for the boat to speed up completely so they don't get the slow end.
Bronwyn Klaas and Aaron Tellen, the first boat across the start line, flying the South African flag. Their first time sailing together. Aaron got a late call to come to South Africa and crew.
Mike Holt and Ian Penel very close together still. He's really covering him. They're in for a late start. They're definitely not getting out of that start early.
3 boats across the start line now. No one really wants to go early, do they?
Oh, it
But
doesn't
Ian
look that
Penel.
way. Maybe there's just more breeze up on the right hand side.
Ian Penel is below Mike Holt. He can't be held up, I believe. But it's quite congested up there. They've sort of decided to be in the stickiest spot up the line.
Marcus bringing you this information because he's watching the tracker and the data that's coming in. I think that's the yellow South African boat. And you can understand how there would be a crash and how someone could get things wrong when you see how congested it gets.
Yeah, it's easy to get squeezed between another boat and the gate boat. You've got to get your timing really precise if you want to get a good start. That was a nice start there for an American boat just crossing, and another good start there right behind the gate boat.
And some of these crew hiking out so far, and they're so close that they're almost hanging over the rubber dinghy.
And you're absolutely fine to do that, provided you don't hit it.
Ian Penel has started first, a little bit earlier than
There's
Mike Holt.
South African boat's gone the wrong side of the gate and crossed in front of the gate, and it turns back down to the left, and it's going to go and see if it can get back round the gate, but that's nearly capsizing and it's a terrible start there for that South African boat.
So the start sequence has finished because the motorboat has stopped.
Mike
Certainly
Holt.
some eventful action on this second start of this race.
Mike Holt and Ian Pinnell have come out well out of that start. They both sailed very closely to that rubber boat, and I think it's going to be an interesting battle between them again. They have clean air. It's a bit of a speed race between them already, and Mike Holt is looking good.
And the Danes look good as well. They've already tacked on to starboard. They've been released from their Pathfinder duties, and middle of picture we see them sailing in some nice breeze here on a good high heading, crashing through a couple of big waves. The waves have picked up a little bit since earlier today. Jakob Carbo, not a very big crew for 505, got both arms behind his head, maximising the leverage.
But you can see how patchy the wind really is. In the background we see some stronger winds on the left hand side, some little gusts here in the foreground, a light patch where this boat in the foreground is sailing into right now. It is an offshore breeze. The direction is very steady, but strength wise there is fluctuations, and it's increasing, by the way. Looking at the data from our wind sensor out there, it's 17 to 18 knots.
Now, the early stages of the races, always sending in lots of data, lots of information. The boat's very close together, jostling for position, and it takes a while for that data to get processed. Just a couple of minutes before we get a leaderboard that is trustworthy. And as soon as that's been worked out and configured, we'll see who is in the lead. But sapsailing.com is the place where you can go and access all the data that we have, and follow whichever boat you wish to follow and see exactly what sort of race they are having.
Hamlin and Nelson doing really well on the left-hand side of the course. And Holt has slipped over Ian Pinnell, and he's now fully covering him, sailing lower than he usually does.
Sounds like aggressive sailing by Mike Holt. He's only got one other boat in mind on this racetrack.
If he can make sure that Ian Pinnell is not winning this race, then he is winning the World Championship.
Sam Cronin and Kevin Whitbread in the foreground there on Australia 8637. Near the back of the fleet.
.505 flying along really nicely in these conditions. And after some concern about whether the wind would actually play today, it's another fantastic day's sailing on Algoa Bay.
Started the day 21st overall.
Slightly surprised that Mike Holt's not pushing for more height in that situation that we just saw. Maybe we can go to 3D graphics and we can see how Mike Holt is footing off.
Yeah, okay.
You can see how he lost his height, and he's not covering Ian Pinnell anymore. He sailed away really deeply.
But it looks from that graphic that Hamlin and Nelson, Howie Hamlin, I think is leading a race for the first time at this championship, which will be a relief to him, but can he hold on to that position? And we have a South African boat in third place, which will keep the home fans happy. Kevin Foreman and Adam van der Ploeg, both students from Cape Town. They almost capsized in one of the earlier races of the World Championships, and I think they quite enjoyed the adrenaline rush of that, actually, from the way they told the story. Holton Smith near the front, certainly where he wants to be in relation to Ian Pinnell, who's sitting back.
But Andy, what do you think? In an Olympic medal race, would you expect that sort of coverage happening, or would you expect a tighter cover of Holt and Smith against Pinnell and Talon?
I think they tend to be very ruthless in the Olympic finals, and we see some very close match racing going on in the Olympics. Mike Holt, he will be weighing up in his mind whether he can afford to let Pinnell go a little bit if he feels that he can win the race. I know that Mike Holt and Carl Smith would love to win the Worlds by winning the race, which is what they just managed to do last year when Mike Holt was sailing with Rob Woolfall. He just crossed the finish line in a very tight battle for first and second against an Australian team that ended up finishing second overall. So,
which included Luke Payne, who's on the 4th place boat overall.
Yes. Yeah, and if he could do that, and these are the kind of conditions where Mike Holt's going to be pretty comfortable, I think he'd like to get the double. Obviously wants to win the Worlds. That's the absolute priority. Do whatever it takes to win the Worlds. But if you can win the Worlds by winning the race, so much the better. He'd rather win positively, if we can put it that way, rather than winning negatively by sailing Ian Purnell down the fleet.
Actually, being third at the moment in the leaderboard, that would be enough for him. So instead of sailing someone down, he could just sail forward.
We do have a kind of complicated mathematics scenario on how he can win and how he can't win. But effectively, if Holt finishes ahead of Purnell, then it's over for Purnell, and Holt is world champion.
Yes. And if he doesn't sail worse than a 4th place, he's also winning. So he has it in his own hands. He doesn't have to sail down Purnell. And maybe that's what he's after, just sailing a good, clean race.
And if we get a chance to see the graphics, it would be good to get a sense of how Holt and Smith are doing on the race course. And there we see it at the bottom of the picture, Higgins and Johnston, the nominal leaders, but the leader line is changing colour quite frequently at the moment, and it's the 2 Higgins brothers at the moment. Sandy Higgins at top of screen, Malcolm Higgins at the bottom of screen. And if this breeze continues to build, then Malcolm Higgins and his 6'5" Camel at the front of his boat, Nick Johnston, aka Camel, they are seen to be the fastest boat in these conditions, faster even than the American teams if the breeze continues to pick up.
But Ian Purnell has overtaken Mike Holt. We don't have live pictures at the moment. I wonder why that happened, whether Ian Purnell had a golden gust that took him past Mike Holt. Mike Holt now heading out to the right-hand side of the course.
So that's a little bit more concerning for Mike Holt if Purnell has managed to make that kind of forward progress.
Terrific news for the neutral, though. We'd like this to go to the last race of the championship, which is tomorrow. It was 9 races scheduled. We lost one, so it'll be decided over 8 races.
Ian Purnell now in the lead. Interesting.
And Holt very much on the back foot because he's developing the split. Normally when you're in the leading position and you're trying to control the situation, you want to go the same way as the other boat, but we see the opposite taking place. So Holt is a little bit flustered at the moment. I think he feels that he hasn't got the breeze to be able to take on Purnell directly. He's looking for something different on the right-hand side. And that's a very fast change of circumstances from one where it seemed like Holt was very much in control of Purnell.
There's still so much racing to do yet in this race. We're only on the first leg of 11, and we've seen these situations before throughout the week, and Holt has always managed to work his way back up the fleet and either won or got himself a podium spot.
Ian Purnell is now really putting his money on the left-hand side of the course. He's really winging it out there, and it would be nice to get some on-water shots from that part of the course. Currently not possible, but Ian Purnell is really going far out to the left. We can see that in our mini graphics, bottom right. Second place boat, Ian Purnell, way out to the left. He's running out of runway there. He's got to tag soon. He has tagged.
But then it's a straight line, isn't it? All the way to the mark?
Well, it is. He has no other choice. Purnell has given himself no other options other than to continue on a long port tack in towards the windward mark. And when he gets there, he's going to need to either get in ahead of the rest of the fleet, or find his way through the boats coming in on starboard tack, because he's going to be on the unfavoured port tack as he makes that approach to the windward mark.
So I'm doing a VMG comparison on Purnell and Holt at the moment, and Mike Holt's got a VMG of 6.13, where Ian Purnell 5.48. Well, they're changing all the time. Hard to tell at the moment, but
I think Higgins and Johnston are looking very strong on the right-hand side. Seems like they've got good angle on the right, and I think at the moment, the way things stand, they stand the best chance of getting to the windward mark in first place.
This is interesting because in past races at this stage, we've often got ourselves at least a split of, or a breakaway at the top, at the front of the pack of maybe 3, 4, 6, but it's still all very close and it's still all very fast. And Higgins and Johnson of Australia are current leaders, but how long will that last for? 50 metres between them and second place, according to the analytics.
This is the lightest and probably the youngest team out here. This is Michaela Robinson and Jonathan Ham. Michaela, 14 years old, crewed by 17-year-old Jonathan Ham. Combined crew weight of 120 kilos, which is a lot less than the leading crews. And you can see that mainsail is ragging very hard, and Michaela is having to work the boat so much harder than the heavier crews.
And very brave for them to get around the race course.
She doesn't seem to be scared by the 505. She doesn't necessarily see her future in the 505 because I think she feels she's going to be too small for it to be competitive. But she's won the Mirror World Championships twice, including about 6 weeks ago in South Africa. So she has a bright future ahead of her. Tomorrow she flies out for the 420 Nationals in Cape Town. And
you would know all about her and how good she is because you spoke to her this morning, Andy.
We don't see many 14-year-olds sailing the 505. What brings you here, Michaela?
Well, I came to train on my 420 for a little bit, but then one of the South African crews got hurt. So the person I was helming for the crew is now crewing for me and I'm helming for him. So it's a bit of a, how do you say, gamble type thing.
Okay.
Lucky draw to sail here.
So, last minute thing, what are your impressions of sailing the 505 so far?
They're really fast. They're a lot bigger than what I usually sail, and you have to be really strong.
Well, sometimes it's a lucky break you need to kickstart a glorious career, so we'll have to follow her progress over the years, and we wish her luck. They're currently round about 26th in the fleet.
Interesting cross happening now. When we go to 3D graphics, we can see how Pennell and Talon are closing into the windward mark, and Holt and Smith, there's a 35-meter gap between them now. I doubt that that's going to stay. It's going to be awfully close at the windward mark. My gut feeling is Holt might be ahead of Pennell and Talon at the windward mark. Currently he's still there, but he's got to put in an extra tack. The distance is clocking down, and it is going to be an exciting battle. Boom and Rose in the lead. They have to put in another tack before they round, and the gap is closing down. I suspect Mike Holt's gonna round ahead of Pennell and Talon.
Conrads and Haynes, they had a good previous race and they're doing well here. Up into a podium position again. 90 metres or so behind the leaders from Germany. Back on live pictures with our aerial shot of this course. Fantastic angle from which to watch them coming into the first turn of the race. Bowman Roos complete that.
With a very nice lead too. Second 2 years ago in 2013 Worlds in Barbados. They had a chance of winning those Worlds going into the final day. Didn't quite manage to carry it off.
And look at their speed increase.
And hoisted the spinnaker even before they reached the spacer mark. And on to the first run. Now they run back down towards where the start line was. And up and running. Crew back on the trapeze and extending that lead at the moment.
Good teamwork there from the Germans. Keeps them in the lead and may have even extended their lead a little. Making good speed as the Australians Higgins and Johnson follow in second place. Malcolm Higgins and Nick Johnson. And then according to that's the latest positioning. The defending champions now in second place. And that'll be them with on the left-hand side of the screen with a red spinnaker.
So that being the case, that was a very early jibe by Mike Holt and Carl Smit.
This is Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen we're watching.
And they, of course, well, I say they, of course, carry on the opposite way because Holt was going the other way. But there's something about wanting to jibe early, and you wonder if there's been a shift or something. But there's a very strong reason for everyone wanting to go towards the right-hand side of the course as we look upwind. So is it more breeze on the right-hand side? Has there been a major shift that means they need to get onto port jibe earlier than normal? But it's very unusual for the leaders to jibe in unison over to that side of the course. And not such a great hoist there on board this boat. It's an American boat, 9153.
Howard Hamlin, Jeff Nelson.
You expect better from world champions, so I'm not sure what happened there. They had a problem with the hoist.
And it's Sandy Higgins closing the gap on the Americans, who've now regained control and are speeding away. It's great to see these little duels within the fleet, though, isn't it? Up close and personal with these camera views as the Australians jibe away and leave Howie Hamlin to do his stuff on his chosen side of the course. Germans still leading. Conrads and Haynes again dueling with Holt and Smit as they did in the last race.
And that looks like it's Holt and Smit on the left of picture. If it is,
you can virtually see the speed on them, can't you?
It's incredible. I mean, they're just swallowing up the race leaders like they're standing still. If that is them, I'm not entirely sure if it is.
Well, those are the
yes, it is.
Those are the race leaders.
It is. And they are overtaking Brim and Roos there.
Well, what do you see as the speed differences, Marcus? Are you getting any sense of that?
Yes, I have. Currently on the downwind, the average speed, the average speed of Mike Holt is up 1.5 knots against Brim and Roos. It's incredible. He's even more than 1.5 knots, and almost a knot faster than Conrads and Haynes. So they are on a roll. They want this world title. They're really pushing hard, and they're in a super good position
and they're
to win it.
They're going so fast and planing so quickly. They just look like they're skimming across the top of the water, don't they?
They do. They seem to have an extra gear. The boat just seems to be leaping out of the water in a way that the other boats just aren't.
It just looks faster. Unbelievable. It looks more harmonious, and they're water skiing past the other guys.
Have they done anything to the hull of their boat? Have they managed to put in any adaptations that would make them faster, do you know?
Shark skin? Maybe shark skin?
Yeah, it could be. I don't think it's legal, but...
Maybe they skinned a shark.
Yeah. I don't see anything particularly unusual.
I know you walk the boat park every morning, Andy, and you like to inspect some of the faster, better boats and see if you can spot any tricks of the trade, but you haven't spotted anything with Mike Holt's boat.
Not particularly, no. I mean, he does sail his... he sets the boat up slightly differently to the majority of the fleet downwind, but not in a dramatic fashion. It's mostly just good technique, I think.
And there he goes. He water skied past them, and he's in the lead now, doing what we've seen a couple of times this week. I think what really stands out most with him is his downwind speeds, his reaching speeds. Doing such a great job, and that's where he overtakes his opponents.
And we've seen him create gaps, leads of, 200-300 metres in the strong winds earlier this week. He really does seem unstoppable downwind. And what we're watching now is the battle between second and third, with Borman Roos, the white spinnaker, on the right-hand side there.
And we see Conrads and Haynes on the other side of the downwind, doing quite well.
And there's quite
Nice
interesting
shot.
wave patterns there for them to get down. I think another part of Holt and Smith's skill is how they negotiate the waves. I think the wavier it gets, the more the difference between them and some of the other teams. Coming in for a drop, and it looks like the red spinnaker of Holt and Smith coming down so that Holt and Smith can jibe round the right-hand mark and head out to the right-hand side where there's a nice...
Who's coming in on the left there?
I think it's the other Americans, is it?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
So it's
Conrad and
Haynes.
1-2. And Böhmenroos.
And it
nice split, interesting split. They're heading out to the left side, looking upwind. What do we see? Left-hand side doesn't look bad. Quite good lanes
I like
there.
the breeze on the right. I quite like the breeze on the right. I think it's okay for Holt and Smith where they're going. I mean, they won't be that comfortable sailing away from the opposition, but remembering the bigger picture, we want to know where Pinnell and Tellen are going to go around this mark and how are they going to do. They've got to win this race, remember, if they're actually going to take the world title away from Mike Holt and Carl Smith.
Fifth place for Ian Pinnell.
And 170 meters towards the leaders, but they're heading out to the other side of the course, so that is an interesting split. I'd be very surprised if we don't see Mike Holt tacking any second now. He's the boat on the far end in the background, and there he is. He's tacking. He
Remote control boats, Marcus.
Say again?
Remote control boats. It's almost like you're giving them outside assistance.
It's just they read their textbooks, and they do what you need to do.
And remember, Marcus obviously sounding very clever here in the studio with all the analytics and information and maps in front of him. The guys out on the water have none of that. Although they do mark up their boats in quite some detail. When you look at them first thing in the morning, there are all sorts of numbers and squiggles and pencil lines on the hull, telling them Lord knows what.
Well, some of it's weather forecast, some of it's tuning settings, some of it is reminding themselves the points difference between them and their rivals, so they are able to do a bit of mental arithmetic out there as we close towards the business end of the championship, knowing what you need to do if you're going to beat the people around you on the leaderboard.
Conrads and Haynes first, Böhmenroos second, significantly, Holt and Smith in third, and Ian Pinnell in fifth. If things remain as they stand, then Holt will be world champion again for the second time in 2 years.
Conrads and Haynes sailing really well. They came second in the race earlier today, only just losing out to Holt and Smith, and they seem to really have their confidence now. They're one of the lighter crews, but I don't think they're intimidated by the strong winds anymore.
They've had so little time in the boat together, you wonder how well they'd have done overall if they could have put in some extra training time.
That's a really good point. They're already sailing the boat really, really well, considering they are a little bit underweight for the 505. And with a little bit more practice, working on that technique, what indeed would they be able to do? And Carl Smith, he was feeling a bit cross with himself for having conceded the lead in the race earlier today, because it did swap between the two American boats, and he said they were a little bit out of sorts at times on the Holt-Smith boat, and actually that Conrads and Haynes at times were going faster than the reigning world champions. And it's Conrads and Haynes tacking back towards the middle, and as they cross on port tack, will it be sufficient to hold the lead over Holt and Smith at bottom of picture on the right hand side of the course?
And good news for the South African fans. The Funke brothers, Peter and Thomas, are now in the mix, up into 6th place. They're the best placed South African boat overall, and the best placed boat in this particular race of the World Championships. And the South Africans really instrumental in bringing these championships to Port Elizabeth. I spoke to them yesterday and got their feelings on how their championship has gone.
Yes, I think so. The top guys are here, so anything under top 10 is really good race and a good result for that. Yeah.
And in general terms, how do you feel the South African fleet have done?
I think they've done okay. We've got quite a few in the top 15, which is a good achievement. Very close, obviously, all together. But it's part of our building block to become one of the top 505 nations in the world. So we're working towards becoming better at every Worlds.
And what about the rest of the regatta for you guys? What are your aims now? How high would you like to finish in the leaderboard?
I've been asked this question many times. My response is enjoy it. So we're going to do our best. Then you don't add too much pressure on that. So we're going to do our best and see how high we can go. But obviously where we are and a bit higher than that is great. That's an excellent result for us.
For the host port of Port Elizabeth and the local yacht club, it's turning out to be quite a world championship.
Yes, I would agree on that. Lots of enthusiasm from the club side. A lot of people want to see what's going on. So it's been a great boost for sailing in South Africa.
On board here with Great Britain 9-1-3-6, Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen, who are currently out of the top 5 as Holt and Smith have consolidated their lead and continue to sail towards their second World Championship. Now, interesting what the Funke brothers were saying, because this World Championship has been good for the class, hasn't it? We've seen a real variety of boats and ages taking part.
Well, two benefits. The benefit for the international teams is that those who came have discovered one of the great sailing areas in the world. Really fantastic sailing in Port Elizabeth and great hospitality by the South Africans. And the benefit for South Africa is it has been a real boost to the 505 fleet. There are only really 3 active 505s in the country before these World Championships, but this event has galvanized the fleet, or people, to get into the class by whatever 505 they can. Some of them are pretty old, but they're still very serviceable, and so hopefully the South Africans can really build from that. And one of the sailors out here, Jay Dengle, looks like Ronaldo, the Portuguese football player, but he's a bit of a boat builder as well, and he wants to build 505s in the country, because with the exchange rate of the South African rand compared with other places in the world, it's really expensive for them to import boats. So if they can build them in South Africa, they have a great chance of building the fleet.
There is really so much passion for this class of boat amongst the local South African sailors. It's hard to think that they won't succeed in increasing its popularity here in South Africa. So the Funke brothers in 5th at the moment, and Marcus has some information from his corner.
Well, the boats are gathering on the left-hand side of the course. Actually, the course is a little bit skewed. The course is a little bit skewed to the left. It's the long leg, and Boom and Roos are currently crossing over onto the, converging towards the middle. Holt and Smith still hold the lead.
Bad news for Pennell seems to be that he's dropped to 6th and 200 metres behind the lead, with Holt and Smith back in the lead. There was that cross between the 2 American teams, and Holt and Smith have come out best. Holt and Smith tacking again onto port, and it looks like they have the distance to be able to get across safely across the bow of Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes. So Holt and Smith looking very much in control of this World Championship and in control of this race.
I'll tell you who surprised me in their performance today: Michael Quirk and Luke Payne. They started 3rd overall, just 3 points off second placed Ian Pennell. They said they were going to play it relatively safe today. They didn't want to risk a good overall position just to throw it away for a race win, but they're sitting down in 10th, 11th, 12th place at the moment. They didn't I'll just check their result for the last race. They were 9th. So, really, they probably, with hindsight, when they come in, will wonder why they didn't push it more.
Yeah, I'm surprised, because they've only just started sailing together. You'd think that having teamed up 2 talented sailors, they would get better as the week progressed. But it seems like the opposite is happening, and that is strange to me, because I would have thought with the more time they have in the boat, with every race, they gain experience together, and they would start to threaten for the world title. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out that way, and I thought the Aussies were going to take the fight more to the Americans than this, but it looks like the Americans are really beginning to dominate, and it's only really Pennell and Johannes Tellen that are breaking up the American dominance at the moment.
There was a bit of an Aussie battle, though, near the top of the leaderboard between Quirk and Higgins, and at the moment they've swapped positions, I believe. Yes. No, they've maintained their positions, with Quirk above Sandy Higgins, so that little battle will continue.
Holt and Smith and Conrads and Haynes in the picture right here, converging towards the middle of the course. Mike Holt still in the lead with 25 meters, but good speed on Conrads and Haynes, and the wind has dropped a little bit. We're down to 14 knots at the moment. Maybe that's favoring Conrads and Haynes. The lead closing up a little bit. But we're in for a reach, and we've seen what Mike Holt can do on a reach. Maybe he can wrap it up on that reach finally. Ian Pennell 260 meters behind. It would take magic for him to recover from that. The two leaders on the left-hand side of the screen. Ian Pennell not even in the picture.
No. So they're making it look easy at the moment. Holt and Smit. Holt won his first world title last year, but let's not forget it took him 25 years of trying before he got to that first world title.
It is extraordinary, isn't it, how what a different sailor he is this year from last year. I'm sure physically he's no different, but mentally he just seems to have really taken control of the fleet. And as we look at the live pictures from the water, I can tell you that the boat that crashed at the start of this race is now being pulled into shore. Boat number 14, the oldest boat, a really sad sight, the oldest boat of the fleet, 45 years old, with its wooden deck and its fiberglass hull, skippered by Grant Ballantyne in his 49th World Championship, and Evert Grunewald, his crew, sitting looking disconsolate in the bottom of the boat and being pulled into shore right now just outside our studios. The beautiful brown wooden deck glinting in what little sunshine is left here in Port Elizabeth right now.
But they look uninjured, healthy and well, so I think that's good news.
The oars out, that's never a good sign, and they're trying to half the sail being dragged through the water as the mast lies on its side over the edge of the boat.
So Marcus, update us with how things are going. How is Mike Holt and Carl Smit doing now?
Well, actually, Conrads and Haynes have taken the lead on the right-hand side of the course. They're closing into the ley line. Not much runway left on this upwind. I think we're in for an interesting battle on that next reach, and Ian Pennell's still 240 meters behind. I think they're safe to win their world title, but can they also win this race? And are we in for a battle for second and third place? I think that's what we need to focus on now.
Well, we saw Conrads and Haynes leading down the triangle of the previous race earlier today, and they were looking solid on the first leg, but when the breeze tightened up for the second leg down at the bottom of the course, we saw Holt and Smit overtake them, and with just a matter of meters between these two boats, I can't see how Conrads and Haynes are going to be able to hold off the heavier Holt and Smit going down these reaches.
But it will be interesting because Conrads and Haynes, as it currently stands, have 19 points, and Ian Pennell and Klaas Tallen have 18 points. So there's just a 1 point gap between them. If the lead changes again, and Conrads and Haynes would take over the lead again, actually Holt and Smit are back in the lead now, then it would close that gap even more.
And so we see Holt and Smit going round the windward mark, and actually what we hadn't seen earlier was that Conrads and Haynes still have another tack to do, so that's really quite a big gap between the two American boats. Holt and Smit going on to possibly their favourite point of sail, and looking at that breeze, looking at the strength of the breeze. Let's see how they get their spinnaker up, but I think we're going to see them extend the lead, and I wonder when the celebrations will start on this boat.
I doubt they'll start until they've crossed the line. They're so focused, they're so strong on concentration in that boat, communication between them. They wouldn't let a slip in concentration cost them this race. They want to finish this race not just as winners of the race, but champions as well.
I think you're probably right, but I just wonder if in the back of their mind they're concerned about the 5O5 trophy that they were meant to bring safely back to South Africa. They put it in the container with the other boats that were due to go from California, and that container never made its way to Port Elizabeth. So the trophy will stay in California, and it looks like it's going to go back to California. But Mike Holt won't actually have that trophy to hold aloft in Port Elizabeth because it got held up with a shipping strike.
Nice close shot on Conrads and Haynes right here. But you can see the gap on the aerial shot between Holt and Smit. Currently doing 17.4 knots.
Well, just look at them. It looks like they've got an engine in the back.
We need to check on that, I think. And our camera on a motorboat that will be travelling very fast to
stay alongside them and keep this shot steady. But what a marvellous picture this is. You can see them at work, knowing instinctively what each of them has to do at the right moment.
And you can see why people sell 505s. It's just flying along. It's a 60-year-old boat, but you wouldn't know it to, well, not this particular boat, but the design.
Class, yeah.
The design. And it, in these kind of conditions, it just looks fantastic.
Beautiful. Conrads and Haynes have good speed now as well.
Designed by a Brit, the 505 originally, but developed in the early years in France, where the first 3 or 4 World Championships were held in the 1950s. So real pedigree and history to this class of boat.
Beautiful shot. Holden Smith being followed by Conrads and Haynes. We just saw him in the background.
That is Conrads and Haynes. Smaller crew than Holton Smith, but sailing the boat really, really well. And as Marcus said, if they can keep this going, they could well start to challenge for second place overall. Pennell and Tellen really need to start putting on the boosters if they're at least going to hold on to second place. Pennell and Tellen being the only boat that has any chance of winning the world title off Holton Smith, but that is really slipping away. It's only becoming a theoretical chance because these guys in picture now are steering away from the rest of the fleet in their favourite conditions, and they can't be too far away from the jibe mark, I'm guessing.
Oh, Spinnaker flogs.
Good performance from the Funke brothers as well in 5th place. The Australians in 4th, but so far behind now that there is only one battle here for this race anyway between 1st and 2nd. And we're round about the halfway mark of the race, and time is running out for Ian Pennell to make any sort of difference to the overall standings.
Wind back up 18 knots.
I think that's the 3rd place boat, Bowman Roos. Going a lot slower, it seems, than
It does look
Holt.
that way, doesn't it? Surprising that you can pick it out so clearly from the pictures, but there seems to be a noticeable speed difference between Holt and pretty much anyone else out there.
And there is the view of how things stand. Very clear, thanks to these graphics, and also very clear just what sort of lead Mike Holt has on the rest of the fleet.
It is funny that it looks that great. The data currently doesn't give that impression. They're all around 7.6 knots. Actually, Conrads and Haynes a little bit faster, but I totally agree with you. It looks different. It looks
You're
smoother, lighter.
Sorry, you're talking about overall speed around the race course there, are you?
No, I'm talking about how Holt and Smith look on the downwind, on the reaches.
But they got to be doing a lot more than 7 knots, right?
Sorry, let me check on the current leg. You're right. You're absolutely right. Actually 14.8 knot, and that's what, sorry, I was in the wrong column, and actually the data is 14.18 knots average speed compared to 13.3 on Bowman Rose.
Okay, so about a knot's difference, but it's funny how it looks even more than that. How to the naked eye it looks like they're in a totally different gear. You can see from that long shot Holton Smith now on the tight reach down towards the bottom of the course, mainsail turning inside out. Looks like they're not going to be able to carry the spinnaker all the way down to the bottom. They're going to have to drop that spinnaker just as they did on the previous race. And looking at the way they handled it the previous race compared with their competitors, even on these maneuvers they tend to pull out extra distance. They're just that much more practiced than some of their competitors.
I once broke a mast on a reach like that, or I actually didn't break it, but I bent it in a 505 one day when I sailed it in Kiel. So this high reach puts a lot of load on that rig. I think I didn't loosen the Cunningham. That was my mistake.
Well, those long poles really push the mast back. They want to turn the mast inside out, and so they have these struts at the bottom of the mast to hold the mast in position. But as you say, there is a lot of load on these rigs when they're going down this particular leg of the course. And look at that distance now. 200 metres already back to the second place boat, Conrads and Haynes.
So the defending champions leading the fleet yet again, and certainly it looks impossible to deny them the defence of their crown, although Conrads and Haynes are making the best they can of it. Germany in third, Australia fourth, and Ian Pennell in fifth, which is not good enough for him to prevent Holt winning the championship in this race.
And I wonder how aware Pennell and Tellen are of the overall positions going behind them. So are they aware of the charge that Conrads and Haynes are on, who started the day in 5th place overall, but could be threatening for 2nd overall by the end of today? I would think that the way things are going, Pennell is thinking more about protecting 2nd now than having any realistic eye on winning the world title.
And they do hold on to 2nd place overall. Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen just ahead of Conrads and Haynes. If things stand as they are, they'll have a 2-point advantage over them going into tomorrow's final race. And then way back, 5 points behind in 4th place is Quirk and Luke Payne, who I think are going to be disappointed with their performances today. Although they are in 8th, but it's hard to see them moving back up the fleet at this point.
Holt and Smith not far away from the leeward gate now. Which side will they choose? If they go for the far mark, there's one less manoeuvre to do. They don't have to do a jibe, it's a straight drop. But if they want to come back out to the left-hand side, then they're going to need to drop and jibe round, and we did see boats do that in the previous race. So do you take the extra manoeuvre because you want the left, or do you make life a little bit easier but sail a little bit further to go around the right-hand side?
Difficult to say.
South Africa's Funke brothers still in the mix in 6th place, matching those around them for speed.
The close mark looks a lot favoured as well. Not a lot, but a little bit favoured.
I still fancy them to do a straight drop and go round the far mark just because it's windy and it reduces the manoeuvres, but let's see what they do.
Yep, they did what you suggested. The shooting around that left-hand mark. Right-hand mark is not in the picture even now.
And nice drop there. They looked like they were fully up to speed as they went round that mark. And we can't quite see both marks, but what did Conrads and Haynes do? Will they... Maybe that's Conrads and Haynes coming in there. What will they do? Will they jibe round like they did last time? No, they're going to follow the leaders and make life relatively easy for Mike Holt and Carl Smith as the 2nd Americans go up the same side of the course as the leaders.
That's a huge lead, 145 metres.
And Higgins and Johnston, they were really fast upwind, but they weren't so good downwind, but they've just moved up into 3rd overall. So I don't know what they've changed downwind, but they have somehow worked out how to get the boat downwind in good nick as well as upwind. I was speaking to Malcolm Higgins, his brother Sandy, asking them what was up with his brother going downwind, and one of the problems was they just have a bigger spinnaker that isn't always that efficient in the stronger winds.
No, we don't see him. So I'll just recap that we're on leg 8 of 11, so we are moving towards the conclusion of this race. Holt and Smith still in the lead.
And a big gap between the leader and 2nd place Conrads and Haynes, and a pretty big gap back to 3rd place.
Now we had an incident at the start of this race that meant we had to we needed a restart. We saw Grant Ballantyne's boat crash into the rubber dinghy that was behind the Pathfinder. Grant's returned with his damaged boat and joins us in the studio. And could you tell us what happened?
We had a minor problem just for the start on the leech tension on the jib, We were sorting that out. We weren't in the position we wanted to be. We got ourselves quite well boxed in, and we end up in a situation where we've actually had nowhere to go whatsoever. Initially I thought I might be able to make it across the Pathfinder and just get the hell out of the way. And
we've got a replay going on the screen there that you can see.
Anyhow, that didn't. So we ducked down, and unfortunately we hit the rubber duck behind it. Yeah.
Are you both okay?
Yeah, no, we're fine. Yeah.
And what about?
Well, we're fine physically. Put it that way, but very bloody annoyed and very sorry about what happened. Because we feel we buggered up the guy's start.
Disappointing for you in your 49th World Championship, isn't it?
No, it's not 49th.
Isn't it?
It's my 49th year of 505 sailing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's still pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you before?
No, not at all. We don't sail gate starts too often, but I say I got myself badly boxed in, and shouldn't have happened.
It's a beautiful old boat.
Excuses. Yeah.
Beautiful old boat, the oldest in the fleet, I understand. What's the damage to it?
Oh, it's not too serious. The mast is gone, but other than that, there doesn't seem to be any serious damage.
So your regatta's over?
My regatta's over. Yeah, unfortunately.
Thanks very much for coming in to talk to us. That was interesting. Very interesting indeed. Holt and Smith still lead this 7th race of the World Championships, and increasing that lead now by over 100 metres from their fellow Americans, Conrad and Haynes. We should say, I say fellow Americans, Mike Holt is actually British, born and grew up in Essex, I understand, but has lived in California for many, many years.
Well, the closer he gets to winning a world title, the more we want to remind people that he's British, of course.
Of course.
But he does carry USA on the sail, and I think he's held a passport for some years. He's lived in California for the best part of 20 years. But he still sounds as Essex as the day he left.
Well, that's all right for him to be British today, isn't it? Marcus keeps talking about Bowman Roos being in 4th place, so, we each take an interest in our own nations.
Well, in that respect, Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen, at least one half of that is British, and we were hoping, from a neutral point of view anyway, that Pennell would be able to win this race and maybe keep the world title hopes alive a little bit longer, but it doesn't look like it's going to be that way. There's still another lap to go, but Holt and Smith, they don't make many mistakes, and if they win this race, they are going to wrap up the world title very easily.
I would call Pennell and Tellen a truly European team, and they can be second at this World Championship for Europe.
It's a very, very good way of putting it, Marcus.
As always. So conditions changing here in Port Elizabeth. The very bright, glaring sunshine we had this morning is slowly fading behind a blanket of cloud, but wind speeds seem fairly constant out on the course right now.
And the wind speeds seem to be suiting Higgins and Johnston, now up into 2nd place, and we've seen how fast they can be upwind in strong winds. And using the full weight and full righting moment of Nick Johnston, 6'5.5", 110 kilos, putting that weight and that leverage to great effect to move up into 2nd ahead of Conrads and Haynes, which is also good news for Pennell and Tellen, who now must be thinking what they need to do to hold on to 2nd in this championship.
Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh making their way in from the left side of the course. A solitary boat ploughing the water on that side.
And that suggests they want more out of this race. They're not necessarily happy to just sit where they were. They're prepared to take some risks, have a gamble on the left-hand side and see how it works for them. I'm sure Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh would love to get a podium place in this championship. They've got a bronze before, when I think it was 2011 in Hamilton Island in Australia. So they would love to get another top 3 if they possibly can.
And I'll tell you what I think is going on in Sandy Higgins' head right now. He's thinking that as things stand, they're equal on points in 4th place with their fellow Australians Quirk and Payne, and that is where there is a real battle going on between those two Aussie crews, some friendly rivalry, and so it's in Higgins' interest to take a little bit of a gamble, push out the boat a little bit and see what he can achieve.
Penal and Talon currently in, let me check, 7th place, means that they're tied on points with Higgins and Johnston, Conrads and Haynes, both on 19 points. But with that extra discards, things are going to change. Actually, I believe Penal and Talon with his 7th place where they currently are, they have the better discards, so that will shrink up a bit more, that gap.
Well, I don't know what's up with Penal and Talon, because we've seen them able to go fast in strong winds, but they are just slipping further and further down here. If not in actual position terms, in distance terms, they just don't seem to have the legs. These are some of the back markers coming down the bottom of the reach and going around the bottom of the course and up the upwind leg, but a long way behind the leaders.
Coast of Port Elizabeth in the background there. That's the spit of land that, or the headland, Marcus, that I think you were describing earlier on in the previous race, and telling us how that affects the wind.
Yeah, but in the end it turned out to not have such a big effect. I believe it's probably more picking the shifts and sailing close to the gusts. And the right-hand side has been a bit more fashionable, if you like. That's where the sailors tended to go. So after all, that theory didn't prove to have a great effect.
Some tremendous beaches along that headland and around Port Elizabeth. Big, wide, sandy beaches. Not many people out there at the moment. It's not the summer season anymore. That's finished. We're into autumn, but the weather's still glorious. And certainly for those North Europeans who've come for this World Championship, I think there are plenty of us who've been lying on the beach and enjoying that warmth and sunshine, no matter if the locals think it's a little bit colder than it usually is.
We've got one more lap to go, one downwind and one upwind. We anticipate an upwind finish in this race, and everything's looking great for Mike Holt and Carl Smith to win their 2nd World Championship in a row.
And it started out pretty light airs today, but it's actually been a fairly strong airs day at the end. And Port Elizabeth is known as the windy city in South Africa. I'm not entirely sure why, because Cape Town seems pretty windy to me. I think they just get a lot of wind down here,
but when it does blow, it just never stops, does it? It's it's strong and it is chilly at this time of year.
Can be. I mean, we've seen quite a lot of temperature extremes since we've been here, and they talk about 4 seasons in one day in South Africa, and certainly we've seen a little bit of that.
And you only have to go inland a few miles, and the wind subsides, and it does get a lot hotter, as we discovered, and the sailors discovered as well on that game drive the other day.
Safari day.
Safari day, yeah. I don't think they call it a safari.
No, they don't.
No.
But I'm just for our international viewers. I didn't know what a game drive was until I came here.
Yeah.
I think
it's
Marcus
very
was
enjoyable,
expecting
though.
something very different, but anyway,
it was very enjoyable.
It was.
That park.
It was quite surreal at times, wasn't it? Watching seemingly remote control crocodiles swim across a water hole to the orders of the owner of the park. He just shouted out, and the crocodiles swim across.
Yeah, and the other nice incident I liked was when we were parking between the lions and their lunch.
Yeah.
Yes. Which they seem to take remarkably well, considering.
Well, they didn't take any of us anyway.
No. You don't want to get between a sailor and his lunch, but the lions seem far better mannered than the sailors do.
So, back to the data. What do Holt and Smith do? They keep on churning on. They've got better average speeds than the rest of the fleet. 8.62 knots on them on this last upwind. And it looks like a very, very safe ride for them. They've gone way above the ley line. They're shedding some extra distance there. But no problem for them. They're just faster.
Seems there's no way back for the rest of the fleet. No way of catching the leaders now.
And what a deserved win. I mean, if you need to sail someone down and use these sort of strategies and tactics, it's always better if you're just simply better. And that's what Mike Holt and Carl Smith are in this regatta. They are faster upwind, they're faster downwind. They sail simple, they sail clean, and they just need to sail their own race to secure this, probably with one race to spare.
Well, also, Mike Holt, he buys his sails off Ian Pennell, so, you know, you don't want to upset the sailmaker too much, or you wonder what you're going to get next time you order a set of sails.
Well, he certainly won't get a discount.
Well, no, I don't know, actually. I mean, would you want anyone else? Would you want Mike Holt to use anybody else's sails? When he's going that fast, okay, it's a bit tough being beaten by him for the world title, but at the same time, it's good for business for Ian Pennell if he sees his sails winning the world title, even if it's not him steering them. So there's sort of for Ian Pennell anyway, there's a driver's title and there's a manufacturer's title.
Yes,
Mike Holt closing into the windward mark, rounding the windward mark here. 1 lap to go, and we might have, most probably will have, a new world champion.
Onto the run, get the spinnaker pole out. It's not yet on the mast, but the next thing is get the red spinnaker up, get it hoisted, and then get the rest of the pole out. And look at that, snaps into place, and the spinnaker sets beautifully. Out onto the trapeze for the former US Navy SEAL. Hoping he doesn't look too much like a seal, because underneath those waters there are hammerhead sharks.
We've heard from the locals that that's not just a myth, it's true. They are there, and you do see them occasionally, well, especially if you're a surfer.
White sharks too.
Well, quite possibly, but there's never been any reports of anyone being attacked by sharks, and one of the jury members...
That's not what I heard.
Oh yeah, tell us.
Yeah, no, there were people attacked, but apparently one incident was pretty stupid because the guy was hunting for fish and he had bait with him, which he hung off his jacket. His diving jacket,
right?
And apparently a white shark was interested in that.
Okay, so did he make it into the Darwin Awards? You ever heard of the Darwin Awards?
Yes, I have. I have.
I mean, he must be a strong candidate.
Yeah, contender,
tell us about those.
The law of natural selection, Charles Darwin, someone came up with the idea of giving some annual awards to those who died in the stupidest way possible.
Ah, tasteful.
British humour at its best, I'd say.
But anyway,
hang on. Is it a British thing?
I'm not sure.
It could just as easily be American.
Anyway,
they probably
the Germans
win it
always
quite
get
often.
accused of having a word for having the word Schadenfreude, which I think you know what it means.
Laughing at the misfortune of others, which is what the Darwin Awards are all about.
Really, and you have the Darwin Award, and we have a word for it. Why are we to blame?
Oh well, clearly we're more alike than we think, which is maybe why Pennell and Johannes Tellen have done so well this week.
Absolutely, a truly European team in South Africa. But the winners are from the USA, but not really, right? There's a bit of British, seriously, a bit of British blood in there, isn't there?
Quite a bit, 50%.
Yeah. Do you want to claim that, Andy?
Yes, of course we do. He's just on the verge of a world title. We need to hang on to whatever scraps we can, because it doesn't look like there's going to be a Union Jack hoisting up the mast at the end of this world title.
Nope.
But at least there is an Essex boy. He still sounds like an Essex boy to me when you interview him. And interestingly, I wonder if that's why he wasn't nominated for one of the 5 nominees for last year's US Sailor of the Year awards. He won the world title against a fleet of about 170 boats, and you would think that would be sufficient to be considered as US Sailor of the Year. But maybe he needs to work on that accent. Maybe he needs to get some voice coaching before he's fully accepted as an American sailor.
Probably, yes.
He's never won the North American Championships, though. That might have something to do with it.
Well, that greatly surprises me, but there you have the list. And that's quite staggering that Mike Holt has never won the American Championships.
Mike Martin, Howie Hamlin, current champion.
Looks like Howie Hamlin's first victory was in 1990. Howie Hamlin now 62 years old. And okay, this is not one world title he's going to win, but Howie Hamlin still firmly believes that he can win another world title in his 60s.
160, 70 meter lead for Holt and Smith. That's what I call a home run to the next mark, and it's one upwind to go. And I think they could swap positions and still win this race. That is Mike Holt and Carl Smith.
Penel and Tellem were obviously under pressure right from the very start of this race. What could they have done differently, do you think, to have challenged, for a podium place, at least in this race?
Penel and Tellem?
Yeah.
Be faster, really. I mean, they haven't got the pace in this. I don't think tactically they've been particularly out there. I think they've done okay in terms of going in the right direction, but for some reason or another, they just seem to be lacking in a bit of speed. And we haven't seen that earlier in this week. That we've seen them go really quickly in this stuff.
We've seen them go really high. So they had decent VMG, but straight line speed was not that impressive. And I think, especially downwind, that made the difference now.
It's interesting to see some of these crews who we possibly expected more from, or certainly talked up before the regatta began, beginning to come into their own, beginning to prove that they were good enough to compete, like the Funke brothers, now in 5th, Bowman Roos in 3rd in this race. And you just wonder that if they'd had more time training, if they'd had more time with their boats, if we'd have seen better results from them right from the start.
By the way, 2 days ago we were talking about the results being very steady throughout the mark roundings of a race, not much movement in the fleet. It is a little bit different now with the offshore breeze, but not dramatically more different. And it goes to show that there is a clear gradient, performance gradient throughout the fleet, and the boats just sort themselves out in the order that is just and right.
A pecking order. So this is coming down to the bottom gate, and we believe that they have another beat to go to the top of the course. So going round the left-hand mark as you look upwind, that confirms that there is a final beat to the finish. And this is the first time I think we've seen Holt and Smith take that mark. I think they've gone out to the right every time. So I wonder, again, is it just keeping it simple? One less manoeuvre, one less jibe in strong winds? Or do they actually want the left-hand side? As Marcus was saying just then, it's fairly even across the course and not that shifty, so maybe it doesn't really matter which of these marks you choose. Comrades and Haynes settling for going around the same mark, keeping it simple.
Their performance, by the way, on this downwind being a little bit better than Mike Holt's, with a slightly higher average speed and a little less distance travelled.
Good sailing by Comrades and Haynes, who just seem to be getting better throughout this regatta and are threatening now to be able to take second place off Penel and Tellem. But if Penel and Tellem are up to 5th place, they were down in 7th just a few moments ago, then they will still hold second place, but it will mean going into the final race tomorrow that there'll be a big battle for second overall.
Penel and Tellem back in 5th place, securing them their second place in the overall results, especially with another discard coming in.
So are you saying that this confirms that no one can beat them to second place now? Is that what you're saying? Penel and Tellem?
No.
Right, okay.
I don't think so. Let me double check, but I think with the next discard.
Because I think Conrads and Haynes and Quirk and Payne are still all in the running for that second place.
No, definitely. It's
Conrads and
open
Haynes.
wide. The second place will be battled out tomorrow by possibly even Quirk and Payne. They could climb up one or two places. I didn't do the full math on it, but I think there's even an outside chance, definitely a chance for a podium place for Quirk and Payne.
And it's not just about the top sailors competing here at the Worlds, it's also about some of the others who are competing, because there are trophies for the youngest best placed sailor. I think there's a trophy for the oldest boat as well, and certainly there's a trophy for the best placed woman in the fleet, so we'll have to do our maths and work those out as well. But that will all be decided tomorrow, because those trophies are still wide open as the fleet continues to fall behind the defending champions, Holt and Smith. Almost 400 metres now between third and first.
So these two American teams have been the standout performers of today. First and second in the first race of the day, and it looks like it's going to be first and second in the last race of the day.
Final upwind leg skewed a little bit to the right. We can see on the mini-map, bottom right, the finish is a little bit further to the right. It's not quite in wind direction. And Mike Holt closing in onto the left-hand ley line, leaving him without many options, but with a 115-meter lead, that's not a huge deal for him, and especially with Conrads and Haynes following him.
Good race for Malcolm Higgins and Nick Johnston. Came into the day in 9th overall, lying in 3rd in this race.
And that is the leading boat at the centre of the screen, as it edges ever closer to a second world title for its skipper.
Carl Smith just lowering himself slightly on trapeze, sailing the boat really flat. Mainsail turning inside out occasionally, which tells you that it's pretty windy out there. And this is the lightweight crew we just saw then, Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes.
And there's the aerial view from the graphic, as all that information comes in off the boats and is translated into a visual that we can all understand and enjoy, and that makes sailing so much clearer than it used to be. It can be pretty complicated to follow as a sport, but thanks to all this data and the way it's assessed and turned into something visual that we can all see and enjoy, it does make it a lot simpler to understand, and hopefully will bring new fans to the sport.
I'm just studying some data from the whole regatta. The whole regatta compiled, all races compiled that we've sailed so far, to check whether Holt and Smith stand out in any particular way. And speed-wise, they are the fastest boat, only beaten by Conrad and Haynes. But they have so much extra distance. I got to work out. I think it's 5K extra distance they've covered in this regatta. Unbelievable. So that explains a lot. Maximum speeds are also quite interesting. Maximum speeds, not so surprisingly, also the highest on Conrads and Haynes with 19.5 knots, but Holt and Smith doing 19 knots. I think that's quite a lot.
It's really amazing the difference in those stats, and Conrads and Haynes were really surprised when I quoted some of that back to them this morning. But they said, well, you know, if we sail more distance than anyone else, we've had better value for money out of this championship than anybody else.
Very true.
Yeah, we've seen more of the bay. We've probably seen more dolphins and more sharks than anybody else.
More's not always better, but quite often.
Both of them were saying they did feel quite at home on this ocean, and that it was comparable to the conditions they're used to off the coast of California. One's based in San Diego, the other one I think in Santa Cruz. Some distance apart, which is why they don't have quite as much time as they would like to train and sail.
2 points in the overall scores separate Pinnell and Tallon and Conrads and Haynes, and they have both now the same sort of discard, a 5th place. They would discard a 5th place. So tomorrow the battle for 2nd place is on, and they would need to put one boat in between themselves and the other boat in order to beat them. That is, Conrads and Haynes need to have one boat in between them and Pinnell and Tallon, I believe, or is it 2? We'll do the math later, but it's still open. The battle for 2nd place is still open. The battle for the World Championship, I think, is coming to a close.
It's pretty much sealed, and the defending champion, I think, is going to hold on to his crown as he completes this final leg of the World Championships for 2015. The distance now between him and 2nd place, 125 metres, but more to the point, there are 4 places between him and Ian Pinnell, who is the only person who could have challenged him to the crown of world champion.
And by the way, if you want some extra trivial data, the distance that Ian Pinnell has covered in this race is a lot less than what we saw on Holt and Smith, roughly 2 Ks less.
Well, bearing in mind we have to take off, what, 500 metres? Because he's 500 metres behind. So it's still...
That's true. But it doesn't really matter that much, because all in all, if I don't get one digit wrong here, they've done 130K throughout the championships. So forget the 500. Yeah, 130K.
That's an immense amount of distance
yes.
to have travelled to win a world championship.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting stat, isn't it? That that's the distance we require boats to cover in order to find out who's best. Compare that with Usain Bolt.
Yeah. 100 metres or 130 kilometres. And but that's only so far, right? We haven't even completed the series.
Yep. And you want more data?
Yeah, we love it.
Yeah.
Throw it at us.
8 hours, 8.5 hours of sailing on Mike Holt and Carl Smith. 8.5 hours. And that obviously being the best time out there. Currently, 2nd overall in Pinnell, 8 hours, 37 minutes. And 3rd overall, 8 hours and 40 minutes.
Which is why these guys, even in their 40s, look pretty fit. They obviously they don't just do the exercise on the boat, which is a very tiring, draining boat to sail, but they do the training in the gym as well to keep themselves fit and trim and healthy. And
if I sort by time sailed in the race, the world champion would be Rogotsky and Bruce. They're currently in 22nd place overall, and their strategy is very simple. They're not in this race. That saves them a lot of time.
That's cheating.
But actually, Mike Holt would still be 2nd and Ian Pinnell 3rd. Interesting how that would pan out if we actually wouldn't score by place, but by time in a race.
Sounds like it wouldn't make that much difference.
Not that much. We could look at that stats at those stats later on in the debrief. It's fun anyway.
And the Whitbread race turned into the Volvo Ocean race. That used to be measured on time as they travelled around the world. Now that's a points race. But it never really occurs to us that dinghy racing could be measured by time. But yeah, fascinating stats to come out of the system there.
I'm told that boat heading off to the right is the leading boat.
That will be the finish. The orange mark in the middle of screen and the blue boats to the right, or it could be that small red mark.
Could we just have a look at the 3D graphic just to get our bearings on this?
Yes, we can.
Very quickly.
We see Holt and Smith now tacking. Yep.
Okay.
Tacking onto the finish line. Below the ley line, towards the finish line, that is. Conrads and Haynes, 170 meters behind.
Okay, let's enjoy this Championship title with live pictures as we watch Holt and Smith carve their way through the water, head towards the finish line, with Conrads and Haynes close in behind, and third place Bowman Roos of Germany in third place. And there they are, making their way just a few metres now to the finish line. And you can see in the bottom right corner the course, the finish line, the 2 dots ahead. And it's just a straight sail now.
Now, if they don't get hit by a whale, they will win this race. Or shark.
Yes, indeed. But also, let's keep an eye further back in 5th place. Ian Purnell and Johan Tellen in 5th place. That still keeps them in the hunt for overall 2nd place, which will be decided tomorrow. Conrads and Haynes, though, doing so well today with 2 2nd place finishes, if things remain as they are, that's propelled them to 3rd place in the leaderboard. But Quirk and Payne, the battle of the Australians, Quirk and Payne's, Higgins and Marsh, just a place splitting those two, which means that there's only a point in it between them in the leaderboard overall.
Here we are, Holt and Smith in the foreground.
Racing towards the finish line.
And the finish line should come into picture any second.
They must be getting excited now.
They must be feeling the emotions.
There it is.
And there we have it. The last few metres of the 2015 SAP World Championship. And Mike Holt crosses that finish line and is world champion again.
With 1 race to spare.
He's defended his crown and done it in supreme form. Holt and his crew, Carl Smith, have dominated this championship. 5 race wins have made them pretty much untouchable this week. And despite the South African sunshine, the fleet have been sailing in their shadow for the whole of these World Championships. A tremendous win for Mike Holt. The celebrations will begin on board his boat. But let's just watch 2nd place cross the line now. There were barely 100 metres from Holt and Smith, just to further emphasise how supreme Mike Holt has been this week. But the other Americans, Conrads and Haynes, cross in 2nd place for the 2nd time today, giving them a good stab at a podium place after the final race tomorrow. But look how far behind the rest of the fleet are. 3rd place, Bowman Roos of Germany, 200 metres behind, and it'll be a while before they finish. But let's focus on the winners of the race, the winners of the championship. This is Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes, and behind them are the world champions. A tremendous performance, really, from Mike Holt. And is it one that we expected going into the week?
Yes, I think we did. I do think he started the week as the favourite. Oh! Now, was that intended? These guys have still got to do a race tomorrow. I'm not sure that was any form of celebration. They haven't got anything to celebrate yet. They need to keep their boat in good order to try and get 2nd place overall tomorrow. So, bit of a schoolboy error by the young Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes there.
Maybe we can get a replay on that. That would be beautiful.
They saw the camera and couldn't help themselves. Just wanted to show off.
Well, they've sure done that.
Well, they'll right that boat. They'll get back into it, and they'll have a story to tell. And I'm sure they'll be blaming, one of them will be blaming the other for what happened there. I think they were just sort of dancing around as Bowman Roos finished in 3rd place. and Higgins and Johnson not far behind as well. We'll confirm the leaderboard once the majority of the fleet have crossed the finish line. But at the moment it looks like the Australians might have just sneaked that third position.
Well,
we'll confirm that in a moment.
They sure are quick upwind. That's 6'5.5". Nick Johnston there, just about to hook onto the trapeze and go out.
The only man who could have challenged Mike Holt to the title was Ian Pennell going into this final, seventh race of the championship, and he hasn't finished yet, which is damaging his chances of finishing second overall.
Finishing now, though.
That is Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen there in shot.
Made hard work of this seventh race, and I think going back to Mike Holt, you know, we were saying that yes, we expected a good performance from him. Did we expect more of a fight from Ian Pennell?
I think Ian Pennell and Johannes Tellen can be pleased with their performance this week. They're very good sailors in their own right, but they haven't done much sailing together. And I think more where we expected the fight to come from was the Australians, particularly Sandy Higgins and Paul Marsh, who were going to come in sixth in this race. And they looked like they were championship contenders. And I seem to remember, Marcus, you had them firmly pegged as championship contenders earlier on in the week.
Yeah, when we saw on the first two races, we saw them perform really well. I thought I'd put my money on them, and I still think that they did really well.
This is Stefan Bohm and Gerald Roos, who finished fourth in this race.
So overall, they're sitting in fifth position now, with still a chance to climb up a little bit more.
The best placed South African boat still about 120 metres from the finish line, but the honours amongst the South African fleet will go to the Funke brothers, Peter and Thomas, today. The dunes in the distance and the port of Port Elizabeth over to the left, just out of shot.
And a fast sail back in towards Port Elizabeth to the commercial harbour.
And whilst they do that, let's get some stats on this seventh race.
Let's look at the data of that last race. Let's see what we can learn from that. We have Holt and Smith as the winner, of course, and he was the fastest. Very clear correlation on this one. It was a speed race. It was a speed regatta. Like so many regattas, if you have the speed, it makes you a tactical genius, and Mike Holt and Carl Smith, they had the speed. A little bit more than Conrads and Haynes. Higgins and Johnston, the light team, they were the light team, right?
Yeah. Conrads and Haynes, the light team, yeah.
Well, really good speed on them. I think that is a special achievement to be that fast. But if we look at the distance, we'll probably see where the differences come from. This time around, not that much extra distance on Conrads and Haynes. I do think they had an outstanding performance here, and maybe if the event would carry on a little bit longer, maybe they could make a dent in Holt and Smith's performance. No good speed, not a lot of distance on Higgins and Johnston, but also in the distance data, a good correlation between placing and data. Maneuvers probably won't stand out much. Nope, we haven't seen that. They don't differ that much. 6 maneuvers difference between first and second. That's not what makes sailors win or lose in this event.
Pennell and Tellen always amongst the slower boats, but also the most efficient boats in terms of distance sailed.
Fascinating statistics there coming off the boats and being analysed by the SAP software. And remember, you can access all that data on sapsailing.com. The sailors, by the way, have a sailors' lounge here at the Algoa Bay Yacht Club, where they have access to some special terminals that they can go and study the data and see where they've gone wrong and where they've done right. sapsailing.com. It's also accessible for you on the internet.
So, do you want to look at the overall results?
Let's confirm that we have a champion today after 7 races of the World Championships. 9 were scheduled, but it's been decided in 7. Mike Holt has successfully defended his World Championship crown. It took him 20 years to win last year, and he's done it again in supreme fashion to take that title yet again here in Port Elizabeth. Ian Pennell and Johan Tellen in second place, with Quirk and Payne in third. Conrads and Haynes, two fantastic results today in fourth place. And really, including Higgins and Marsh, I think the battle is for second and third tomorrow. We have one more race to run here in Algoa Bay, and the battle is well and truly on between the Brits, the Australians and the Americans for second and third.
Yeah, there's still a lot to play for. The other thing to think about, Mike Holt and Carl Smith don't have to go sailing tomorrow. Will they choose to go sailing and race in the final race? Because it is South Africa. You don't come here very often if you live in California. So will you enjoy that final day sailing, or will you spend the time ashore getting your hair done, making sure that
he hasn't got much, has he?
No, he doesn't. So that won't take very long. You could get that done as well in a day. But there's one more race to go. But Mike Holt, in fact, Mike Holt promised me a sail tomorrow if he wins.
I see. So you're hoping he doesn't go out to race?
Yeah. So
I think he should, just to you know,
he needs to broaden his experience.
Well, no, he needs to get in there and mix it up. That battle for second and third place, I think, is going to be very interesting.
Well,
indeed.
that might be the reason why he doesn't want to race, because he may not want to be seen to have an influence on the outcome of the minor positions in the race. And that's one reason why people, once they've wrapped up a championship, don't want to go out, because they consider it to be the gentlemanly thing to do. On the other hand, it's perfectly acceptable for them if they do want to go out, because it's glorious sailing conditions. Why wouldn't you want to go sailing?
Okay, let's just bring in Marcus for the last time today. Your thoughts on today's races, which were very entertaining and supremely controlled by our champion.
I think it's been an outstanding regatta up to this point. Really good sailing conditions, a well-deserved winner, and we're still going to have a very exciting race tomorrow. For the battle for second place is on. I'm looking forward for the debrief tonight here in our SAP tent, where we're going to discuss with the sailors and with the winner what made him win, and we're going to look at some of these funny, interesting stats. 130 Ks of kilometers covered by the sailors, 8 hours of sailing already. Good stuff to talk about, and thank you very much from my side up to this point.
Andy, your highlight of today?
Well, we've spoken a lot about Mike Holt and Carl Smith. I'd say my highlight team of the day, really, though, were the other Californian team that we talked a lot about, Ted Conrads and Brian Haynes, one of the lightest crews at the front of the fleet, but sailing better and better. And as Marcus just suggested, if this regatta had gone on a bit longer, maybe they would be in a position to threaten Mike Holt for the world title. So they were my standout crew of the day.
Okay, so the battle is on for second and third. Those positions will be decided by one single race tomorrow here on Algoa Bay. But for today, we have Mike Holt. He's champion again. He's defended his crown. He is supreme. Bye-bye for now.